I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. You just want you and know. The children crying for salvation, just don't just spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, don't just spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't just spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You from Benjamin, Maryland, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. Every evening, congratulate my brother, don't just spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You want to get a news update, don't just spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got it. Yes, what you got it.
Yes, I, a special one. With the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south of man. James on the beat. To get your information. To be part of spoon dimension.
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just want you and know. The children crying for salvation, just don't just spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't just spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You from Benjamin, Maryland, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. Every evening, congratulate my brother, don't just spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You want to get a news update, don't just spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got it. Yes, what you got it. Kididididabaro. Kua, kua, kua. Kua, 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 kujile. Kua, kua, kujile. Yes, I try. Yes, I try.
Yes, I, a special one. CEO is stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South man. On the beat.
To get your information. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just so you know. The children crying for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update, brother, don't just fall. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, don't just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, don't just fall. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. Yeah, just fall. You from Bonjama, Maryland to just fall. Yeah, to just fall. Every Ikepan, Regulate, my brother, to just fall. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, to just fall. Yeah, to just fall. You want to get a news update, to just fall. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's my body. It's my body. Skididididabaro. Kua, kua, kua. Kujile. Kua, kua, kujile. Yes,
Yes, I, a special one. CEO is stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South man.
to get your information. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to you just want you and know. The children crying for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update, brother, don't just fall. You want to know what is happening, brother, don't just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just fall. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall. Yeah. You from Bonjama, Maryland to the children for starvation, just don't just fall. You want to get a news update, brother, don't just fall. You want to know what is happening, brother, don't just fall. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just fall. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just fall. Yeah, don't just fall.
I tell you, let's say good evening to you wherever you are, whatever you are doing. We welcome you to Spoon Talk. I tell you, your favorite program at night. This is your premiere award-winning night program, Spoon Talk, where people come to listen, watch, and learn as breaking news and development unfolded to you wherever you are, whatever you are doing. I'm setting in temporarily for Nelson Colette. My name is Lorena Honoré. We are live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are live on Fabric 101.1. We are live on Super TV, Fabric TV, Spoon TV, live on Facebook. We are also live on Spoon Talk on YouTube. Please subscribe, hit the notification button. I'm your temporary producer. So we welcome you. you know, because of you, we have to be here. Very soon, the CEO, Stanton A. Witherspoon, is going to be here with the rest of the analysts. Going to be analyzing news about Liberia and the rest of the world right here on Spoon 107.5. So, my people, we say welcome to the program. Your program, you are also going to put the calls through it, you know, and talk about what is on your mind, that thing that is disturbing you, that thing that you talk about. You kept it for hours just waiting for Spoon Talk. Well, Spoon Talk is here now. You can be able to come and talk your own. The next person come and talk their own. I'm going to start taking your calls now, and then in between the show, I'm going to break the news and even our news photos and other news outlets around Liberia. So I say welcome. We are sorry for being a little late, but we are here, and we are here because of you, and we are here to stay. So again, like I said, Nelson Kohler is going to come in later, but I'm starting the show for you because our people, we know y'all won't talk. All that talk you've been keeping, talk about it right here. Yesterday was a holiday, you know, Liberia Armed Forces Day, and people celebrated all over Liberia. Even Liberians outside of Liberia were celebrating, you know. They were calling in back home. Some people collected a holiday yesterday. Yo, you want for the Armed Forces Day. Some people wore a uniform and they photo shoot. I wanted to do it, but I thought it was illegal, you know.
You want to know what happened in the ministry?
But all of those things are part of, you know, branding the country. Yeah. Let you know that your country celebrated the Armed Forces Day of Liberia for young men and women in arms from all security sectors of the country, marching through various streets outside Liberia and right here in Montserrat, Monrovia, where we are. Well, right now in Liberia, it is 19 minutes past 8 o'clock, and today is the 12th day of February. Whatever it is that you are doing, whatever it is that you are celebrating, we say welcome. Let's start taking your calls. 0777 771075 0888 All right, let's talk to you first. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live on the show. How are you?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Isaac S. Momo, the Salary Motorcyclist of the Coalition for Democratic Change District number 12 Chairman.
All right, Mr. Chairman, what's on your mind?
Yeah, there's something that been bothering me. Really, I want to just please, I beg you, please give me a chance.
I will not give you too much time. Your introduction is doing 30 seconds.
Yeah, the CEO, I just want to address on the CEO. CEO is a citizen of Liberia, so we want to ready for him to talk on the topic because we concerned about him so much because there are allegations that came out about he, you know, medical fraud in America and then whether he EJ because some people are saying EJ, but he gets on the topic.
That was on your mind tonight.
Topic that all day he will be talking about. So
that I want on your mind tonight.
Aware about him too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why my SEO being on a case too. Not yeah, but I ain't doing that in America.
Thank you for calling.
Whether a case say or a case fake. So that's why I want to know. SEO too talk about himself too. They ain't be the other people.
All right.
And the other people, they ain't leave there.
I hear you, sir.
Yeah, we want to know. Yeah.
You said it already. You keep saying the same thing over and over. To introduce yourself alone. Mr. Chairman, you say you want to know about the CEO. So keep listening to the show. 0777 771075 0555 Call us. Tell us what is on your mind. What is that thing you want to talk about? That is, you know, troubling you. You say, I will voice it on Spoon Talk. We say so many thanks to our partners, known and unknown. You know, you are relaying the show across Liberia on different platforms. We appreciate you. Shortwave stations and FM radio stations. Voice of Liberia, we appreciate you too. Good evening. Yeah.
There's a Paco calling from the United Party.
Paku?
Yeah.
What's on your mind, Paku?
Thank you so much. Now, my mom, they go to the teachers for the Republic. You see, everywhere me teachers.
What?
Who will know in the nation they're causing our mother, our children, our father. And today, one thing I try to lose respect in my teachers, and do not be seen to my comment. You want some people, you want some people that are. You can't get nothing on the full bench. You can't do it. You want to man wear Maryland. Can
Who does she carry in Maryland?
go outside one of the local court.
Uh-huh.
The people that keep to the foreign that is ready to move from a common power to the president. They may be for then.
Mhm.
And the second one, go to my problem 1 minute off. I want to thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. To the work that people not fear nothing but development come with me. We want to add a move, but I'm a fear my market road. I
Thank you.
just fear my.
Thank
I
you.
just want this street. I just 18th street and they running a bar in Fiamma. I just fear my
Y'all
market
put money
road.
together and fix your road. Y'all put money together and fix your road in your community.
Street. But I know I just fear my knee for my public minister and to the certain mayor.
Okay.
Please, the president spoke a message that I talk that I sent us. Please, before for the year and you move, that over Johnson
Okay.
and pay market that one market. People so pay so well for the people.
Thank you.
Pay that the market here make sure Baga today.
All right.
Pay so well pay each Baga pay here the way. That job Baga pay so well for the market here.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're live on the show. How are you?
I'm okay. This is Princess.
Princess,
Calling
where are
from
you
the-
calling? Yeah?
I'm calling from a United Party Intellectual Bureau.
Princess, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you very much. What on my mind tonight is the Chief Justice.
Okay.
Ever since the Capitol building got burned
Mm-hmm.
and a case in the court, they're not fighting the case. For Prophet Key, who been passing all around here, insulting people, parents, people, mothers, and teens.
Mm-hmm.
For Prophet Key to insult a mother, he sent for Prophet Key. So what are they doing with the cases are in the court?
Okay.
Case of corruption is all there. Case of raping is all there. What did you just say to you with those cases? Well, are there petty case you ought to fair? So we want to know what happened to our capital petty case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Princess. Yep. A female called, and her concern is there are other cases on the book. So what is going on, sir? Chief Justice, why are we only after the fact that Prophet Key cussed? I mean, it's not a bad thing to go after people, for disturbing the peace or, insulting people online. But she's saying there are other cases, more important cases, more pressing issues. What is going on, sir? We want to know results from those cases. So says Princess, I'm just a messenger. All right, let's take this caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live on the show, sir. What is your name?
Oscar Zigwen calling from Gompasere, Nimba County.
Nima is in the building. What's up, Oscar?
Lorena, what on my mind how to do the economy of this country?
Tell you.
As we always call upon the government, we call the king with the platform of rescuing this country. We want for Spoon not to come in because Water Spoon, they are the one who put all into the mix.
Oh.
Sorry to use our language. Because they said Waka was coming to rescue this country. And Lorinda, when you see in this country, the economy of this country is in the foreign national hand. For Eastern, when you come to Ganta, the same officials of government, what we elected them and get them position, what making more than 2 to 3 million, they have always go to Indians and India and Pakistan and bring the Pakistani and open store for them. And the same officials of government, the metal steel that need to give money to Liberians so we can benefit. So they have more than 25 euro machine with almost 40 trucks that metal steel is renting from them.
Wow.
So we want to call upon the president, as he said, he can rescue this country. Rescue the country to the letter of the citizen, not to the detriment of the citizen. Because only we, the citizens of this country, can build this economy. And we can build this country, not foreign national. Foreign national is taking all out of business. Because he cannot order the goods for your country and bring in the country and sell it wholesale and sell it retail. They are taking all out of business. We are begging the president to put a feet down. Let he rescue all for the foreign national. Thank you this hearing.
You are welcome, sir. He is concerned about the economy of the country. He's saying, look, Mr. President, there are people with money in the country. We are talking about our government officials. And what are they doing? They're going for the foreign nationals like the Indians, the Pakistanis, those guys from Asia, they say they are smarter than us. No, they are not smarter than us. That is what he's saying. And they come here, they will make their money and they will take it right back to develop their countries. So try to empower the Liberian businesses. 077771075 Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live on the show,
Hello.
sir. You are live.
My name is Thomas D. I call from Carisburg.
Mm-hmm.
So, we really want to hear from Stanton Waterspoon because they happen within, they mess within, they don't want.
Hold on, you're calling insulting on the show. I will not allow that, okay?
No, he was
Which
the one
mess
that
you
brought-
in? I mean, you live in a country where security system is intact, and everything you're called, then blame the CEO, and then you're still insulting. It's not allowed. When you put your vocabularies in order or you put your words, you structure them well, you will get your calls through. No explicitity, if it is correct, on the show. Yeah? There's no we can play music that they can cuss in. There's no we're not allowed people to be cussing on the show. Please, Spoon is a responsible network. Good evening.
Good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace, Lauren P., the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, Justice Lorena Honoring Institute in Liberia. The need remain constant and functional EF come out back to the topic tonight again. Tonight, I have an education for our brother there for the Green and Racket Party side.
What?
No, they always say Mr. Alexander Bende Cummings does not have a base. And I always come out to tell them that Mr. Cummings' base is Liberian people. Wherever Liberia are studying, the 15th part of this country, Mr. Cummings' base. Look at now, base, I never called Mr. Cummings lost one vote. Last night, our base because I'm very busy on my computer doing some work. Let me get there or political statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they say Mr. Cummings does not have base. All right. 2017, Mr. Cummings' first appearance in our body politics, he accumulated 7% vote. The team know taxing, 10 or 30 made 1% put out the rest. And then during the party, last night, according to last night vote, the result, the 48 during the party collaborating during the party got to tell that Mr. Cummings, he is formidable. We are only alone ANC because we have done with our convention or face last year in my county. We only alone accumulated 18 votes. The Union Party, along with Liberty Party, NDRO, with ACO, with other political party or alliance, they came out with 48 votes. 48 votes. Calculate during the party, we don't vote for them. Liberty Party, we don't vote for them. NDRO vote for them. All supporter vote. Then CDC stay in collaboration because they are not going for convention. CDC accumulated 3 votes. So who know MPP vote is alliance with them, the state vote. So Mr. Cummings is formidable. When you look at political statistics, when someone can just get in politics and not analyze, they just
Thank you, sir.
Analyze the political statistics. Mr. Cummings is formidable, and we congratulate Liberian people for the hard commitment to vote Mr. Cummings up to this time. Mr. Cummings is the best alternative of this country. This man is the only man that can transform this country to where we are.
Wow. 077771075 We have breaking news, some events that we need to talk about within the program. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Thank you. My name is Sekou Fofana, member of United Party Intellectual Bureau. I'm in Faje tonight.
Oh,
I want to salute the criminal proceed today by rejecting the former finance minister the re-argument. You know, the fault of corruption is hardly on the agenda of Unity Party. So our brother for the 1.5 lakh, they will say we are not serious to fight corruption because if we see we must start from early. Maybe the people have short memory because they are political leaders by President George Weah at the time. They may say early school 80%, nothing happy. Another woman reaching has like corruption. 80% except now 70 people, 80% is feeling great. In Mobisa, we inherit the country from George Weah. We know why inherit country from you inherit for early, you say early never do nothing. Early one we must start from early or you can tell who to start from.
Thank you. Yeah.
You can tell to where to start, but we can start anywhere. So that your trauma umpa. Maybe your great umpa. I don't know whether if you're coming be the class which you're coming very great to people. So your great early 80% you're forgetting to know to say you get tasks ahead of you people. So you're just too much certain power, you're too much power green. Then you say that you say early school 80%, then you're expecting of all to go after early government. No. No, capital, no.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hello?
Hello.
You're live on the show, sir. You are live.
Yeah, my name is Peter S. Cody. I call for former district in Brown County.
What is on Mr. Colley's mind tonight?
Yeah, and that is not bad. What is on my mind is about young in the district. They promised 6 days to put that and to do electricity of farmer. And the 60 day has almost elapsed. We have 5 more days to it. So we are planning protests for that. Close the company down.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. Please, let's rewind. Which company is it?
Yeah.
Which company? Which company? You say you're planning protests. We just won't understand. Good evening. Yeah, how are you?
Yes, my name is Joshua Flomo. I join you from Stephen Thomas Double Alley.
Mr. Flomo, what's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, please, because I saw other people using the name of the former president irregularly. You didn't cut them off because you say anybody using certain language, you cut them off. But then you got to be respectful to the former Senate member of their party. Yeah, what's on my mind is that this government, if you really want to fight corruption, is that because 12 years, you get compared 12 years with 6 years. So when somebody stay in other public offices for 12 years, that person has to be held accountable for doing every other thing instead of the person that stayed there for just 6 years. If you want to fight corruption. Yeah, so that thing that person said that rescue puppets that said that thing, I think you had to retract that statement. Yeah, which of course we have to be that's justice done to everybody, as I was saying. Yeah. So again, a first caller I called and talked about they were very concerned about Standard Water School kids there in America. So let me be updated because he's citizen of this country too.
Okay.
Yeah, he shouldn't be talking about Bono, Josh Weir, this, that. What about the kids that in the state there? So want to be aware too. Yeah, chief. Yeah, because we were concerned about him because he's citizen of Liberia too. Allegations against him, what people are telling him like he's jail or he not in jail, he can't move around. So let him start to update also at least how much to get this clear because very concerned about him.
Thank you.
Yeah, America there because there was allegations against him there. They just be done to everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's take the next caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
What is your name? Where are you calling us from, sir?
My name is Keita from Brownsville to serve Zimbabwe. Yeah, my issue to June to the road construction in the country, especially our side in Brownsville. Yeah, I always appeal to the government because even though they're working for all, but sometimes if you want they try to do something for you, for the fashion you have to pay a little bit. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I asked the government to be already to Mr. President and the Public Works Minister to please help us. The popularity is increasing every day. From Douala to Zimbabwe, from Zimbabwe to Puro, if they can help us, if they can get other elaborate to increase the budget where that they can make a lane or a city lane or one side city, one side city. Because looking at tomorrow, then all government say, oh, I face the road, then all government say I can't break down to face road again will be waste of a lot of money.
All right, sir.
So from the place that need me to Poro, it should be city lane, then from Poro to Grand Cape Man to Poro, I can make it 2 lane, and it will be helpful for all. Right, then my other concern is due to the market in Douala here. The market is very dark and can be very heated in the daytime. No electricity there.
In the market?
In
the market building?
Yes, very hot. My sister, people, the place is not packed, but the heat out there, you can't spend 30, 35 minutes or hours there. You'll see by yourself.
So what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I asking the market here, the Association of the Market and LME to please come that they can help us with electricity.
Okay, they should bring electricity in the market.
Market get stuck. It's just a 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in there. So I'm asking the government of Liberia to please help us with electricity that our people can sell for the longest they able to do.
Thank you.
I thank you for now.
All right. I tell you, this is Spoon Talk. If you are there, we welcome you. You just tune in 107.5, 101.1 Fabric, and of course, we are live on Spoon 107.5. You can use your button phone. You don't need a smartphone if you need to listen to the radio. But if you're watching via the social media, then yeah, Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Super TV Live, even on YouTube. And we welcome all of our viewers, those who are still tuning in and those who are listening. Please share the show. Make sure your groups and friends and families, the communities, the society you in, your friends outside Liberia, Europe, Asia, America, every province or continent, and say you won't know about Liberia, right? Well, it's time to tune in to Spoon Talk. That the place the people can talk everything what everybody can understand. What Oma says she was digging with Kasawa the other day. She said she enjoyed the show. You know, the people can break it down for her to understand it. President Joseph Newman Boakai Sr. has departed Liberia to lead the country's delegation to the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The high-level summit scheduled for February 14 to 15 will bring together African leaders at the Nelson Mandela Hall of the Addis International Convention Center to deliberate on key continental priorities, including peace and security, AU institutional reforms, Africa's role in the G20 Agenda 2063, food security under CAADP, climate action, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. You want to know more on that story? Go on Spoon TV Live page on Facebook. Gonna get all. You see the president energetically stepping, I tell you, with one of the soldiers, and that picture came from the program yesterday. He left today. He left Liberia for Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, AU Summit of Leaders. Going to talk. Liberia is representing. Yeah, so if you are there, we are here. We're going to break it down to you. But you yourself, you have something on your mind you want to talk about, let me know by calling 077771075, 05551101075. Don't forget, Spoon Talk is where you can also advertise and make yourself loads of money, whatever business you are into. Hey, this is the place to sell that dusted goods been sitting on that shelf since I don't know how long, but it's time to sell it off right here on Spoon Talk. Yep, so come, let's sell for you. We give more and take little. Just make sure your goods get sold so you can come here and do that. We'll bring you more stories as we take more calls. 077771075. Like I said, Nelson Kohler is going to be here soon. I'm just here to make sure your calls get through. So if you are there, we are here. Let's make sure your calls get through. Let's hear you. What is it that is on your mind? Good evening. You're live on the show. How are you?
I feel calling from Bunafa.
What happened? You want to talk?
I said I still calling from Bunafa.
Steven, what on your mind? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about the good work that your papa is doing.
Okay.
I'm thinking about doing very well. Your papa is old and that you can't see that. Now it depart the country again for another reason.
Yeah.
So thinking about pray God for your life to be long.
Amen.
So that you can do more work for the Liberian people, do more development.
Okay. Thank you for calling out. 077771075, 05551101075. Good evening.
Hello?
Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Wayman J. Recording from Johnsonville to be Pacific Jackway and
Johnsonville.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, on my mind, my concern has to be with no electricity to where I'm at.
Where is that? Jokweta? New Jokweta where?
Louisiana, nowhere Johnsonville connected to Louisiana, going to Southtown, all the way to White Plain.
I thought they said Johnsonville are the hottest spot right now.
Electricity to the place.
Okay, so you're calling on the management
and no road.
Wow.
Every year they facing a road, No road. When we see it's not easy. Right in the city, yep. 10-minute drive to go to the airport. So it's too bad. We've been bearing there for so long. Let the government at least see our interest.
They should open your time. Thank you for calling.
Okay.
077771075 05551011075. Good evening.
Wow, thank God I've finally gone through. So thank you. This is the voice of Prince Kolaket. And there are couples of issues on my mind, but for the benefit of this show, let me just limit it to three. So let me give it, just in passing. So let me give a thumbs up to the Supreme Court for denying the reargument in the case Summit 12 versus the Republic of Liberia. And there are certain things they say in their denial of the reargument. They said the presidential immunity, which is Article 61, it was a civic and it only cover an individual. So therefore, the case should resume jurisdictions. The lower court should reduce jurisdiction, and the case proceed. That alone has served as a deterrent, and some of us from the issue of Brani Samuka case, we know where it will go because we were here and we saw what happened in Brani Samuka versus the Republic of Liberia. So the issue, the House of Representatives, the 13th of last month, we from the angles of the Youth Alliance for Responsible Government, we went and petitioned the upper house to declare concurrence when it comes to the 14 additional districts. And a report we are getting from the committee room, the bill have been presently recalled, but they have not come to the public to say, that identical bill about 14 additional districts, it has been recalled. We have constituted a committee to work around to put in mechanism so as to reach the various community and ask them and carry on sufficient research before it comes to us. Because we are saying Article 80E said following the national census and before the next election, the National Election Commission shall. So we have said that they were in error. Let me conclude on this identical saga today before the justice in Chima. I think it has served as a deterrent. For me, I sat and wondered. I don't know. I used to talk to myself. I'm a son of Mima. I hail from the down track. And the individual I causing my call on a daily basis. We all hail from Tapeta. For somebody to be rude to that extent, don't regard anybody. Then somebody say the Supreme Court got plenty cases. All Liberian people are hungry. Why the Supreme Court should run after that person? What are you telling me? So Article 15 talks about freedom of speech, and you should be held responsible for any action thereafter.
Okay.
So let him go. And in conclusion, today, the individual, when you're in a car, the last time posting this and that, they may say you're wrong. Sorry, but sorry can't say it. Let that man go solve this. And Nima, I think it is okay. Call that man there somewhere. Quarter that man when he come back, man call should be far distance between him and man cause.
Okay, thank you
for the time.
Well, very high enough time. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. I'm calling from Back Settlement, Central Virginia. I'm Edward Shannon.
All right.
Yeah, my sister. This is an honest request to you people, man. Please, I beg you. And the issue of the teacher's salary, my sister, this thing is something that is bothering us, but bulk of the people are afraid to talk. The people will send us small money, cut the money. Like for instance, they say 10%. They were sending 7,000. They took 2,000 from there. They send the 5,000. For God in heaven's sake, they are waiting now, maybe around the or the 21st before they send according to them the 70%. I'm appealing to you people to please send someone a reporters to dig behind the thing what is going on that the government is suffering with the please.
Are you a civil servant?
Yeah, I'm a civil servant. I'm a government teacher.
Okay.
I'm a government teacher. I'm a son of civil background section.
You want increment in salary, right?
No, they're not increment. Our money will receive. The government said they wanted to get all US dollars.
The 80% US, 20% in Liberian dollars. Hello? The line is really bad. Hello?
You getting me now?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. All right. They said they want to give 70% to 80% Liberian dollar.
Okay.
But then Liberian dollar now that it's sending, they will send you things at 4,000, and then it will take another maybe 10 or 15 days while they get to us for October. They didn't get our money in November, they didn't get our money in December. They have started again in January. So how will our children go to school?
Okay. So your 30% that is coming in Liberian dollars are coming in pieces.
Yeah, the 30% that is coming in Liberian dollar, I will get 7,000. They cut 2,000 from there this month. For no reason, we don't know why they cut in their money.
Okay.
Then the 70% before they give it, we don't know whether they will pay again, and maybe that 3 before they get our money. Other people suffering all the time.
Okay. All right, sir.
All right.
The message
Thank
is
you.
clear.
I beg your thing behind it.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Well, we have to visit MCSS concerning that. Yeah, he's a government school teacher. He says he teaches at night, and we have nice students, some parents and families, members that, go to work or sell the market all day at night to go to school. And he's saying, even though what I know is that civil servants, when they're taking salary, 80% is in US dollars and 20% is in Liberian dollars. But now he is saying, as a school teacher, as an educator, he received 30% in Liberian dollars. But when the 30% coming again comes straight. In fact, the 30%, 2,000 Liberian dollars. It's supposed to be 7,000, but 2,000 was removed. Why? He wants to know. And then the US dollars, which is the 70%, when it come in before it can be easy that after every 3 months. And they have family members too. 077771075. 05551101075. Put your calls through. This is your own session on the show. Call and be a part of it. This is your time. Let's hear what you want to talk about. What is that thing that is on your mind? Good evening.
How are you, sister?
I am good. Malba, what's on your mind? Go ahead, Malba.
Yeah. Sorry for but you are not really monitoring the time today. People could speak at least a minute to a quarter, but straight to my point.
Mm-hmm.
Those individuals that call concerning about the CEO, the CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Soon that way it's in Liberia, right?
Yeah.
You get the panelists all over. So if all you want to hear anything about the CEO, you just get your plane ticket and go to America. Maybe they'll be discussing the CEO there so that at least you can be able to better listen to it. Or know the kind of problem that he in there, and we understand about him. But yeah, that's discussing his show, yeah. And you want to listen, then you can go. You can just get your plane ticket and go to America so that you can listen to him, so that you can listen to what I discuss there.
Period.
Then secondly, on my mind, concerning about this corruption incident, the president is really relegant. I don't know whether because maybe he found himself in there. I don't know, but he really fast track it in there.
What are you saying?
It's not so. 2029 will be very better for him.
Okay.
He really need to fast track.
Thank you.
Thanks so very much.
Okay. And thank you for communicating within the time. I tell you, this is Spoon Talk. We provide a platform. You come, you talk your own. The next person can talk their own. Don't be angry with your friend. You just come and talk your own. The Supreme Court of Liberia has ordered the Office of the Public Defender to provide legal representation for Prophet Key, also known as Justin Oba Yezen, in a contempt of court matter stemming from alleged verbal attacks against the judiciary. Prophet Key was briefly detained on Tuesday after appearing before the court in response to a citation issued by the Office of the Clerk of the Supreme Court. The citation accuses him of directing sustained and insulting remarks towards the Chief Justice and other members of the bench. Conduct, the court said, exposed the judiciary to public ridicule and disrepute. The matter was subsequently postponed after the court determined that proceedings could not continue because the respondent appeared without legal counsel and claimed he could not afford one. Former Associate Justice Wilkins Wright noted that under the Liberian Constitution, an accused person is entitled to legal representation and that the court has a duty to appoint counsel when a defendant lacks the means to secure one. The respondent must appear with a counsel if the matter must proceed. Wright emphasized, underscoring the court's obligation to ensure fairness and due process of the law. You can get more on the Liberian investigator. I see Prophet Key smiling, walking down the stairs. 077771075 055101075. Call us. Let's hear you. Okay, let's take call from here. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my dear sister. I'm very serious.
Oh.
The last time, my name is Ojulubu Wawe, calling from Cutting Tree, Magidi County.
Okay.
I'm asking the Liberian government that referral hospital should not be used as training ground. It's not correct. Now they are building another hospital in Magidi County, and a training school is attached to it. If you want to build your medical school to train your students, let it be built far away from the referral hospital, so that we can build confidence in the referral hospital. Because if the school is next to the referral hospital, only students will be treating us. And in our lives, there were many people living in the country. Here's my second time calling, and I will keep calling. And when I'm ready, I will inform the judicial system to review whether the health minister is doing the right thing. It happened before. Now we're in that new system, a new millennium. We cannot continue to do the old thing over and over. People are dying in the referral hospital because students are dealing with them. You must graduate in order to drive a car. You must graduate before you can even operate a commercial airplane. Why are they keeping the students in referral hospital? They should stop. I'm begging you. Please tell our people.
All right, so you just told them. Thank you. 077771075 05551011075. If you are there, we are here. Call us and make sure your voices are heard right here on Spoon Talk. Let's take you from this end. Good evening.
Yeah. Evening.
Yes, you're live on the show.
Yes. My name is Jonathan Morobo, and I'm calling you from district number 2, Bong County.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yes, what is on my mind is that I'm asking the honorable man of district number 2, Bong County, Honorable James M. Follett. He started a bridge here in Delta area there. So we are asking him to please come and resume work, because when the dry season comes, we should expect rainy season to come after. So the dry season is going gradually. So we are asking him to please come and fix that bridge for us. So to the public work, to the public work and the government of Liberia to please read how to pave the road from Banga all the way to Bikana, which is the Cocoya Road that they promised us that they are going to pave during their campaign period. So that is what on my mind this evening.
All right, sir. 077771075 05551011075. Good evening.
Good evening, my bonga. This is Salona.
You're live on the show.
Thank you. My name is Josiah Smoke, calling from the Rwanda Commandant Peace Island Bell. I'm going to go 540.
Okay.
Now, what have for my attention is this. The case I will take on the Supreme Court concerning Sametwa and others. Let me say things to the Supreme Court. You know our constitution provides on Article 61. When this president here in power, he commit crimes, he cannot be, he can go to court. But the law says after you have that power, if you committed a crime against a state, the law will get taken to court.
Okay.
And let me say thank you. Well, I come in, let me talk quick now. You get let me tell you quick. And somewhere, we'll say, according to the lawyer, how the president, they were not president. They were ministers. So we say things that some people deny all those things they carry over them. They'll go over to face their prosecution. They'll go answer. He only agreed on the morning. That one, Vanessa Mugaki will serve a president case for him. And let me call for them quickly. What kind of country 1822 was funded? I did my research. We in 2026. Liberia is 204 years still were funded. We just over opening alley. If we say, oh, you want to, what kind of country is this thing that we are that should happy air process? If someone trying to do it, they will say no. But when they see good, I will say, what was Liberia like Ghana? Africa. That mercy Africa male, they don't make us see themselves where they are.
So we should accept sacrifices. Thank you, sir.
So let me say thank you. And you call a pool issue. They pass now, still gonna pool. They pass in line. They did not get an issue. Last night, the opinion pool 110 calls. 50 calls on Liberia. 52.
I didn't cut you off, sir. Your credit went up, apparently. 077771075, 05551101075. If you are there, we are here. Last night finished. That's on their own. We're talking now. Call us and let's hear your own that is on your mind that you want to talk about. 077771075. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, as we bring you some stories that we can get you to understand, especially when it comes to the print media. All right, so let's get more stories as we await your call. 0777. Let's take you quickly. Good evening.
What are you doing now?
You're live on the show, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is visually impaired Adama Salif, and I join you from Radio 2
Okay.
Yeah, okay, my concern has been June to Ministry of Education, especially the schools and when it comes to graduation fee.
All right.
Yeah, there's a school in Rehifi, let's just say on Banyo Road, they call Arahi. This school, my little sister graduated from this school. She wrote the everything and we pay the graduation fee $170 US. So they gone down, we went for them to get document. They requesting us to pay another $25, which it was not part of the whole program. I begged the guy, I talked to him, I said, they get girl a scholarship to AME. So if you get girl a document, please get a letter at the station. The guy said no. I said we get it $25. I said, but and we pay the graduation, what is $25 for? He said, oh, like how you looking in la when you graduating, you got to pay the money here. It's got to go to the GO office. Everybody need to sign it. I said, but no, once you pay graduation fee, I think all is over. I think we're supposed to pay different money again for document. So Ministry of Education really need to take serious action against RRE and are even trying to carry their complaint to the DO office to their head office.
All right, sir. Thank you for being on the show.
Okay.
Okay, 05551101075. That's the number that we have right now. If you're there, we are here. Call us, be a part of the Spoon Talk tonight. Make your own contribution by calling and telling us what is on your mind. Prophet Key amidst contempt begs for mercy as Supreme Court reserves ruling. Yeah, Prophet Key is saying, my people, I'm sorry, I beg for mercy, so I am wrong. Man confessed. All right, solid dedication backs $25 million plan to revamp SKD, build new stadium in Liberia. Yeah, checkmating political loose talk. The urgent need to uphold hygiene and sanity in the governance process. Justice at a price, a grandmother's. I tell you, let's see. Oh, there he is. CEO, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Lady Supreme, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
So we got two female, right? We got you and we have, what's the other lady name? Rosemary, right? But are you covering for someone? Because it's kind of strange that you're here today. Today is not Friday.
Yeah, see you. I'm not going to stay.
I let her talk my own letter, you know.
I'm just sitting for Nelson. He will soon be here as soon as he gets here.
Nelson, I'll leave you in trouble. You know he's not coming here.
Oh, Nelson must have thought. He said 9 o'clock. I already passed 9.
You were late. What I heard, they said the man leave you in trouble. He ain't coming here. So Leo will go, yeah.
See, Nelson, the mayor of his war.
Yeah, right. Who the mayor of the war? Nelson called me. Nelson said, CEO, I just put Lorena there, please. Let her go home 11:30. I said, okay, no problem.
Oh.
So,
wow.
You know, I can't hide a secret, but anyway, like you and Nelson, you'll figure it out. Nelson, I gave you number one. You'll learn.
You're welcome.
Thank you. How you doing, man? How's Liberia? What's going on? President Bouaga going to the AU summit, and Jeremiah is in the country, by the way, right? And the chief of staff, Sam Stikwa, yeah, working in collaboration, consultation with the vice president. Yeah, that's all the thing they can say, right? So the country on course. The country not on autopilot. The country is on course, right? Right, Lorena?
Yeah, the country is on course, CEO. The country is running.
The country is on course.
Yep.
The country is now on autopilot, man. So, but Lorena, though, anyway, Megan talk. Oh, Lorena, what's this? No, we had this yesterday, right? And it was bad yesterday, by the way, though. But I'm not going to say anything because if I put my money in, they want to pull, get better with me. But it was very bad, Lorena. It was very, very bad yesterday. Yeah, seriously, everybody that took part in the, you know, Lorena, can you pull it in now? Who pull it in right?
Yeah, like you put in something up.
No, no, our link, they feel they just. Somewhere you can go and pull it down. I'm trying to find it, I believe. Don't kick it out, Lorena. Be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe you can go somewhere and take it out. Hey, Lorena, you're doing your own thing. Leave it, Lorena, leave it. Leave it, Lorena, because let it black on you. I mean, a black and carry not a problem. We happy that a black and carry. One black and me are fine. Carry probably can black carry every day. Carry though, something strange happened, Carry. What's up, man? How you doing? What's your name, man? I want to see Carry name. Dissident collaborator. Lorena, can you set the microphone a little bit like carry your mic or your mic, something like that?
My microphone?
No, it's not you that carry your mic. My man, there you need dissident collaborator. There you need dissident collaborator.
That's my nickname, man. Just put in a small.
Wow. So since you getting new name before you leaving there.
No, when they gave you near, good day at you.
Yeah, name have blessing and have curse. So I don't know which is which.
You know, I'm a blessed child, so everything about me is blessed.
No, we know. Listen, you gotta pronounce it for yourself. You gotta be blessed. You gotta pronounce it for yourself. But Kyle, you were off yesterday, right? And we did a straw poll, right? Kyle, your sister giving us a bad feedback. Let me meet you and see. Hello. No, don't meet yourself. Let's see whether that's you. Hello, Lorena, that's you. You gotta adjust it, Lorena. Yeah, you gotta adjust it. That's not Kyle. Let me mute you and unmute Kyle and see. Hello. Yeah, Lorena, that's you. It's from the studio. But I want to say to all of you, welcome to Spoon Talk. Sorry that we came creeping in late today. It's Thursday, been busy. Kyle called me and held me on the phone for almost 36 minutes. I had to leave him alone. The man was in. You were in where? Where in South Africa? You say you are again, and you will be leaving to go to what? Cape Cod or Puerto Rico, something that starts with P. Can you tell me?
Puerto Rico, down here, America, my man. Puerto Rico.
So when you say you'll be going again?
No. I was actually coming from Cape Town to Johannesburg. So I was
Cape Town to
flying
Johannesburg. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's 2 hours by plane, right? 2 hours, right?
Yeah, it's a 2-hour flight.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're driving, maybe like what? 5 hours, 6 hours?
I don't know. I haven't attempted driving before.
Okay.
I've mostly flown, back and forth.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a good time in Cape Town, though. But we're back, and then I'm getting ready to head to Liberia. That's what.
Yeah, the people waiting for you. They people want to see you. Since you got your new job, you gotta go visit the campus. You gotta go collect your mat. You did that late consultancy with Commerce Ministry. You gotta go for that mat. I mean, you gotta hook me up, man. I mean, that thing will worry about you using your brain. If you use your brain, your body can suffer, my man. Yeah.
They gotta get out there, I swear. They gotta get out there.
Oh, man, you use your brain, man. What I mean?
But CEO,
yeah,
the people on your bowl, spoon bowl, they working. Not John there.
No. Anybody think you say they working on spoon bowl, they lie to you. We get money for that. Bro, but Kaido, look at all the people with tattoo. Dr. Richardson, Dr. George, Dr. Bople. I get money for them.
Exactly. Exactly. So all these people there, they are supposed to help to bring that network to move spoon forward.
I agree with you.
Not to go there and say go look for money. So
I agree with you.
My role is to bring networks and connection to move it forward, not to go look for money. There's no money there anyway. The college.
Say no more. I agree with you, and I can tell you that we got to stop some of them from coming. We got a political party just scoring political point, and they are not contributing to the network. But on the other hand, if they contribute to the network, then maybe the network will be compromised. So sometimes, we just got to be fair across. And, it's up to you. Look at Musa Bedete, all the projects he do in Liberia. Yesterday, my man, I thought DJ Blue was the only person when he had a DJ mic, testing the mic, 1 2 1 2. Musa, you get 1 2. Musa has 0 local calls yesterday. Kanye, let me ask you a question though. Why do you think so? I know we started the show. Why do you think we put Musa among the leaders, right? You must say, let's have this conversation quick before the other guys can come on. Can you?
I agree.
Because you were up yesterday. We put Musa, CMC. We put him among the top 4. Can you? The call yesterday, local call. Musa ain't got nobody in Liberia. What do you think so?
Well, CEO, again, Musa is my own big brother. This is not to throw any aspersions on Musa. The last time we had a conversation, when I tried to push back a little bit on Musa, a couple of his people started going under my post and trying to do all kinds of things. But I don't have anything against Musa, but I just like to do analysis from an objective lens. To be honest, I don't see Musa yet in the category of a serious political leader. And by serious, I don't mean he is unserious as a person or as a businessman or as an individual, because he's a very serious guy. He's a very serious businessman, a very serious individual. I am only narrowing it down to the politics. Politically, he hasn't been tested nationally. And for a lot of people still see what he's trying to do with CMC as some kind of, let me try my luck. That's the best way I can put it. People say see it as a let me try my luck. So all this thing about I built a bridge, I built that, breaking ground. Technically, Musa has only built, I think, 1 or 2 bridges. The rest have been groundbreaking. So people still see it like he's trying, to get a space in the political class at that level and not as a serious political entity. So I'm not surprised. And I said it here before, and they started to come after me, but it was just me being objective. I am not surprised. Musa can win in Ima County in his district. But if Musa said he decided to go national, he would not get traction. There's still a lot that has to be done. The other day I asked a question here. I said, what is the structure of the CMC? right? And I remember that day, Dr. Richardson, it was an interesting back and forth because instead of answering my question, she said that my question was, some implicit disrespect. But I was just simply trying to test to say, though, a national organization that is a party, CMC, should be able to say to me, Grand General County, this is our leadership. Lofa County, this is our leadership, and go around the country. I don't think CMC even has that in place as we speak. So I wasn't surprised at the result. Say what you may about the CDC and Unity Party, but those are parties that there is not a single county in this country that you went to and you say, show me the party structure, that you will not find a structure there. And I don't think CMC is at that level. The same thing, also, what is happening?
Now when it was CMC, we'll come back. I got to bring the other guys. So we'll just do it quickly. We got about 15 minutes before we get into our discussion. Kev, you on the show yesterday. But when they talk about Musa CMC, because I really want to say something. And it's so good we got Gibson Jerry here. Gibson, don't eat credit with shame. He can say as it is. Kev, let's hear you, right? Why Musa never received one half penny, small, 10 one call from Liberia, local call. Be serious and tell us what do you think happened.
Let me say hi to everybody. Well, from their point of view, some of them saying that people never call, some saying that the line was jammed, So it's difficult to understand why Musa, people from the CMC did not call. But I believe.
But what you say? Forget about what they say. What you say, Kev?
Well, I believe CMC got some numbers in Liberia. It's difficult to put it why nobody called. It's difficult to say something about it because I believe I've seen Musa rally and around. At least Musa gets structure. It must be that structure always have auxiliary. So I don't know why.
They have a frank conversation. Don't forget that we're on the show. Musa gets structure. People come. Musa huge rally. One person will not even call that. Is that what we said during? Is that what we said during election time? One person will not even vote. One, just one.
It confused me too. Why somebody did not pick up a phone call and call? I'm confused myself. Why?
Thank you, Kev. Gibson, welcome to the show, brother. I know you missed this thing yesterday, but I had a bad day today thinking about why even got into me to even say I'm going to do a poll. Seriously, we position Musa to number 3, not even number 4. And when we were putting a chat together, Gibson, when we were doing this flyer, then I argued with myself. I said, no, we're going to bring Musa number 4, just in case. Maybe he will rise to the occasion, right? Because you got to move from kindergarten to 1st grade. Like my grandson, every other month they put him in different class, promoting him. If you get out there 3 years, they're not putting him 5 different classes because he's smart. Maybe Musa is going to move. But instead of Musa moving, forget about the international callers, Gibson. What is so important for CMC to know? That not one person, Gibson, help me.
Well, first of all, hello to everyone, and this is my odd day. I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here. Look, those of us who say what we think and know, we tend to be the enemies of the people. And I want to say thanks to Mr. Bala, Councillor Bala, for speaking the way he spoke. It will help Musa Belete.
I beg you, man, a dissident collaborator, please. Recognize the man name, please.
Last day on one of the Grand Union shows, I told the people, I say, the Cardio is a decent man. No Grand Union should vilify it. Other guys say, but hey, you thought of the bell spoon. Look, but Stanton,
Can you say some things we need to look at very carefully? This is not intended to drag Musa in the mud. It's intended to strengthen Musa and give him an eyesight of a political strategy that he can apply. From time to time, for me, I let to talk it the way I see it so that some people will think otherwise, but from time to time, Mandingos always have a voting block. Always. They always have voting block. We're in the days of Haji Kroma. Haji Kroma pulled a lot of people behind him. Most of them Mandingo, some of them other people who are not Mandingo. Musa Ability is actually, when I look at it, is actually a candidate who don't want to be a Mandingo candidate. He wants to be I want to use a kind of organization name, a centrist candidate, in a way that all Liberians will come around him and push him. But he still got a lot to do. So what? I don't know if Mandingo people listen to Spoon. I don't know, because I don't see if any other Liberian did not call at all. If any other Liberian did not call. So all the Mandingo people in Liberia, none of them listen to Spoon that day. To just call and say, yes, Musa will be, or yes, Musa will be. So let's let the Mandingo from one side. The people that are behind Musa are hope. These are committed foot soldiers. And Jala is here, I think it's CMC. Jala could not even muster people from his village to call and say, yes, Musa will be. Dr. George, Musa will be. And the flyer was up before that time.
And I see you when you did the poll on Central Scene, people called out there, even though you said they were not plenty.
They were not plenty. So to back up Mr. Bala, I like to urge Musa to do soul searching. Does not mean that he's out of the game, but this is an eye opener that maybe something is happening I need to pay more attention to. And all these things you see, somebody call, oh yeah, Musa, that poll you made, you remember when you did that same poll during the first election, and Councilor Gonglo had three or four, and then Cummings came fourth, and Gonglo came third. In that poll, my counterpart on the show was angry. And I told him, no, don't be angry. Councilor Gonglo just entered the race. He just entered the political. He had been human rights president for long, but he just entered the politics. And he will beat Cummings to become number 3. It means Gonglo name is penetrating the people. It means they are connecting to Gonglo. And that's the same thing I'm going to say here today. The fact that Musa could not even count 3, it is a question that he needs to answer. He needs to soul search. And all those who are joining CMC, please, if your eyeball is on Musa money and you think you're going to get because of the money, get out from there. That's not your place. The man wants to be a serious politician, a serious political force. So if you are there to suck the money out of him, that's not what he's there for. And if I were to be on Musa's side yesterday, I'll be calling my brothers there in Liberia. I'll be calling them and say, I need you to call and show our support to the man. I'll tell you, your call. Because the flyer was up. And in the case of Gonglo, you didn't put no flyer up. But in the case of Musa Ability, you put flyer up.
Thank you. Let's come back to you. Yeah, let's come back to you. Let them bring it. Thank you, Gibson. Good that you joining us today, because then we ask another question: what Musa need to do? Listen, guys, we're just starting. Okay, you just understand that nobody called Musa name in Liberia. Check out. We heard you yesterday. We just brushing this off. We get about 9 more minutes on this. What happened, my brother? You're wearing your society bush today. You have your executive committee meeting. You engage each other. What's happening, Jacob?
No, man. Still on for me. I think and I made a point yesterday. I'll repeat myself. I think that, first of all, like that was a snap poll, of course. 50 persons. I think 50 on the ground, 50 abroad. I don't want to read too much into that. In the first place, it's obvious that that we definitely do have support on the ground. Nobody can question that. Nobody can doubt that. And so, if you open a line for 50 persons to call, you know, in a sense, there's going to be a lot of CMC people who actually call, but they were unfortunate they couldn't get on. You open a line and maybe you say you get maybe 200 persons trying to get, try to get on a single line. If we had like maybe 4 different lines or so, then maybe the probability of more people coming on would have been there. So for me, I don't accept the fact that, you know, if you open a line for an hour and take more and more people CMC, because I know for sure, I talked to a lot of CMC people today who contacted me and they said they tried so hard to get on the line, but it was impossible. And even in the same comment section, on this network, there were many people who were voting for CMC. We didn't capture those who were in the comment section and voting. So for me, I think we should not exaggerate or over-exaggerate what happened yesterday. Of course, there may be a lesson or two we can learn from what transpired, but I think it would be too much of a stretch to use it to start arriving at all sorts of conclusions. That would not be wise from my point of view. And as a party, of course, I said it yesterday, we're working and we're going to continue to work. We've been around for like about a year now or a little less. So we are a party that is on the ascendancy. We are a party that keeps growing in communities. And we're a party that are developing a reputation. Many Liberians consider us as a talk and do party, as a development party. And we've been driving a lot of impact across the country, and many people are endearing to us based on the work we do, and we will continue to work. We are under no illusion that this is an easy job. It is a difficult job. And we will continue to work and appeal to the minds and hearts of Liberians across the country. So that's why we're doing it. There's a lot of job, and we're committed to it.
So, Jacob, we're not trying to stretch this or overstretch it, like you're saying, right? So after a straw poll is taken and everybody sleep over it, we come back to find a solution here. And I think that's what we are doing, Jacob. For you said that maybe we have only one phone line. No, there was 3 phone lines locally and 2 internationally. So it was 5 different phone numbers, Jacob. 5 different. Why all the other people then call me 17 calls? Joseph Barker 49. Joe, we are 31.
Yeah.
Why they got that number, but only your people was in stagnation and Lone Star black the number. That Lone Star black the people number or orange.
I know for a fact, and this is truth. I know for a fact that many CMC people tried to call, they were not successful. I know that for sure. I know that for a fact. That happened.
Yeah, but it cannot be. What I'm saying is that they tried to call. We understand, but it would be. I would not believe it. Because how can Unity Party Joseph Boakai get 49? Mr. Cummings gets 17 total. Then locally, Mr. Cummings had 10. Locally, Joseph Boakai got 25. But then when it came to you, you said no, Orange and Lone Star Black your line. I'm not trying to stretch this though. But I'm just kind of confused to say that you are charging the phone company, for illegal stuff in the voting process in our country. And we got to call Chief Justice, we say, to hold them in contempt, that you hold, Prophet King in contempt today. Because then I'm saying that it's not right. But my thing is that I think what is missing, Jacob, let me be serious and let me go to my brother, dissident collaborator. What is missing on the Musa part? What can he do now, Councilor, dissident collaborator? What can he do now to change this first major straw poll in the country, to change it around? What do you say? Oh, Tamba, welcome to the show. Let's recognize Tamba.
I think Musa has done all of the press work. He has gone to the US multiple times, held those meetings, having press conferences in the headquarters standing up, giving speech. He's done that. He's thrown a few pickups here and there and allowed the news to carry it, the newspapers carry it. He's done that. He's built 1 or 2 bridges, broke ground for a number. He's done that. He needs to seize the theatrics now and build a solid organization.
What do you call theatric? What are you talking about? Carry us deeper now. For example,
I mean in a positive way. For example, you give a pickup to one man, right? One man has a pickup. What is he doing with a pickup? Is there a plan for him to utilize that pickup to build a constituency? Or is the pickup given to somebody who's a stakeholder, and the fact that the news carries it means that people think, the CMC, is doing a lot, let's gravitate because there's money to be eaten. In a positive way, I call it theatrics. Having these, press engagements repetitively and issuing statements, they're good. But after a while, when you're building a nascent political institution, I call it theatrics. When you now have done enough of the theatrics, you form the party, people know you are here. The effort has to go into building a viable structure and organization, county by county, commencing right here in Montserrado County. Because Montserrado is a hotbed of political activity. All right? Every district in Montserrado, and I hope I'm not divulging the Centrist movement's own strategy here, but most times I say to people, it's not about ideas, it's about execution. Everybody can get ideas. But the person who wins at the end of the day is the one who is supreme with execution of the idea. So I can share this. Every district in Montserrado, with the kind of resources Musa has at his disposal, throwing pickups here and there, which are considered to be mindless or aimless spending, he should be building a structure in every district in Montserrado. From District 1 to District 17, there should be a CMC leadership from top to bottom. He needs to do that. Secondly, just an office space in each of those districts that is equipped like a working station, somewhere where the guys can congregate and meet at that place and derive 1 or 2 activities that they can gather around. I believe Musa has the resources to do that. He's supposed to invest. If he's really thinking seriously about the presidency, he needs to do that. Then, of course, besides Montserrado, Nimba is his home county. He will need to do something like that in Nimba and pick a few of the big counties regionally. The Southeast, pick one. Western, pick one. He needs to do that. When he has a solid structure that's intervening at a grassroots level, where he can pick up the phone and organically say, I'm moving to District 17, or I'm moving to this place and that, and there are people there working, he would have made effort. I don't underestimate the level of effort required to do that. It takes a long time for people to start to identify with your organization and say they are in your party at the local level. That's why I call building an organization. And those are the people who will pick up the phone and call. Well, are you having to tell them because they are the ones who listen to the phone? When something is happening, they will say, I'm CMC District 5, and I'm calling. Because
we got to go. Thank you very much. I think you have given Musa a lot of good. I was thinking on some of those things you just said. I think that you said it beautifully, and we hope that we can see from district to district, from community to community, Musa can start building the grassroots.
No, but see, maybe just a 10-second point.
No, make your point. Take the time. Take the time. Make your point.
Yeah. I mean, I listen to Kanye, and it's a good contribution. We welcome any contribution as we continue to work to expand and deepen our organization. But I can tell you that that is the method right now. The party is, of course, continuing to expand, continuing to strengthen its stronghold across districts, across the country. But like you just said, this is work that requires time to do, and it's being rolled out, and it's happening. And we're getting a great deal of energy and commitment on the part, of members in different constituencies across the country. But again, like I said, that work is continuing, and that work is going to continue to gather more and more momentum as night follows day. So Again, thanks for the contribution for the insight. But that work is continuing to go, and we'll continue to add more energy to that work. And I think there's demand for the idea we represent, and we will continue to, again, like I said, foster the expansion of the party and continue to deepen the institution across districts in this country. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kev, real quick, Kev, what can Musa do from your end now? What can Musa do? We got to move on quickly with 2 minutes.
Well, what that shows yesterday, and I believe not only Musa, the entire opposition team should galvanize the troops, because yesterday you could tell that the Unity Party were calling the people, you gotta call. You see, the ground game is very important in politics. So yesterday, I think Musa should learn, the CMC should learn. I think they learned the hard way yesterday, not just what you do, but how you move your people. You gotta move your people. To do something is not enough, but go back, talk to your people, move your people. And one thing with the Unity Party, they're very good at that. They get people all over the social media who watching. If they say this, there, they will go there. So sometimes when you see, polls, out there, you see Unity Party people going, look, when you put your post on Facebook, anytime I put my post on Facebook, 99.99% is Unity Party people under my post. They will go and change what you're saying, and they will attack you. So they're very active on social media. So I think the opposition should look at that. I think the opposition should focus how to move their people. So Musa learned the hard way yesterday that the CMC, don't wait. When you see things, move your people. Because stuff like this could kill your party. Because people will start saying, they'll say, okay, but Musa is not going nowhere, so why wasting my time? Because whether you like it, 30 seconds to that, whether you like it or not, what come out of Spoon, it resonates. So nobody should take it for a joke. So I think Musa learned the hard way yesterday. I think he should learn to move your people, the CMC people. Thank
you very much. So we're going to just ask those that never had the time to talk. I'm going to bring in Gibson closer. We'll go to Tamba because we all were here yesterday. We got to move on. It's 9:35. We got a lot of issues to discuss. We hope we can get to them all. Welcome to the show, Conor Gray. Welcome, Brother Winfred Russell. Gibson, what can Musa do now? And we'll go to Tamba. He was off yesterday. Then from there, we have to flip.
Look, again, Kanyo spoke well, and thank you, Kev, for that other brush up. Kanyo spoke well. Look, let me ask a question here to Jacob. Jacob, you live in Monrovia right now? Jacob,
I live in Monrovia, yes.
Okay. Do you have a little cell there with people that you put together every day for CMC?
Oh yeah, we have a lot.
No. You. Do you have your own group? The way I used to have my own picking in Monrovia for Gonglo. Do you have your own group that you put together that you tutor every day, that you talk to them and send them out?
No, not every day. I don't have the time to do that every day.
But you have your own group?
But I'm not going to disclose his game plan yet.
That is very important.
He cannot disclose his game plan.
Thank you for being number 5 for him. Thank you. But that number 5 will not work. Kanyo spoke. And what Kanyo spoke to is a question I'm asking. Musa has set the pace. Musa right now, it's not really the problem of how CNC proceeds. Musa has set the pace. He has created the name brand. He has created the public relation by himself. He's carrying it on his shoulder. The people if I were with CMC right now, where I live in Dwasson, that whole Dwasson community, I'm going to pull them together If I'm in Monrovia, I will put them together and make sure I have my own group of CMC that we are engaging people in the houses. And if it's possible, calling Musa and all the people who are CMC officials coming there and talking to them. And we have Coke night and we have this. That's how
but those things are happening though. Those things are happening, but you have to continue to do that. It's not like you do it one day and that's the end of it. People are working. There is a party membership structure. People are coming to the party headquarters. They're getting membership ID cards. They're having constituency visits. So these things are happening. But don't forget now, you are using, for example, a CDC or a Unity Party has been around since 1981, over 40 years. The CDC have been around over 20 years or 25 years.
Thank you for taking some of our time. The last 30 seconds left. Let me finish the last 30 seconds before they kick me off.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to say
that. My last 30 seconds before they kick me off, because the way CMC today, that Musa Ability, that startup friend, he might kick me out anytime. So let me just say this. If I say something, they will say this. I saw one Dolo, Moses Dolo say, I like trouble politics. That only 3 try Liberia when you criticize, then you are trouble. Mandingo, you, Mano. As soon as you criticize, then you are trouble. You can criticize crime man, they will not say you trouble. You can criticize you or Pele man, you're not trouble. Kissy man, every day we on Tama then. No Tama can say that trouble. Only the 3 trouble, Mandingo, Gio, and Mano. As soon as you criticize, then you become trouble. Let me say this. Musa is trying his best. I think we should help Musa if we are part of the party in Bon County, for instance, for those who are in Bon County. Without Musa, they need to make Bon County hot. Okay? The point you raised, General, about Unity Party, I agree. A lot of sedition, a lot of other political partisans probably did not participate in spoon, pool, and stuff like that. So Unity Party people, they are trickle red, they have their own speed dial. Yes, it can be an argument, but it's not sufficient to say I think that the Registrar asked me a question, Gibson, do you recognize the conversation, the message I put in there that people wanted to call, but they didn't get through? Are you kidding me? From Liberia? The tens of people.
Thank you, Gibson. We gotta run.
Okay, I'll leave it right there.
Okay, yo, let me bring in Tama Aguilar. My man. Tama. Anyway, let me leave that one, Kev. We'll deal with it, man. Kevin Russell, we'll deal with it, man, later. Tama, welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon to you. You can deal with me later. But it's a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon to all of you, colleagues, panelists, and our listeners in Radio Land. It's always a pleasure. I got a chance to watch a little bit of the polling last night, the straw poll, and it was an eye opener. You know, while straw polls may not be scientific, right? But when they are taking a moment in time, they let you see exactly the support and the viability for political parties or political leaders. And I think that's what last night's straw poll showed. But also when you look at the combined percentage of the opposition, while the ruling party won 49%, it shows that the collective opposition won the poll, actually. But 49% for the ruling party is a strong position to be in, because the ruling establishment usually struggle when it comes to re-elections. But when it comes to Musa Ability, specifically CMC showing in the straw poll, I think for me it's an eye-opener for CMCNs, for Musa Ability himself and his strategists, Jacob Jara and the people who support CMC. You know, when Musa Ability came on the stage, we offered some criticism, and I know it was not well received. The perception here is that Musa Ability still have a credibility issue with the voters in Liberia. That's one. And they have to work harder to really clean that up with the voters to regain the confidence of people who really don't have trust in Musa Ability. Two, Musa Ability, CMC came on the stage, and Musa Ability is the de facto political leader. With his money, with his resources, he is carrying his party. He's put the structure together. There's no competition. There's no one else here coming in to challenge Musa Ability for that standard bearership within CMC. So there's no competition there. And then 30, look, if you were to hold election today, I would doubt that Musa Ability CMC will even gain 1%. But hope is not lost, right? This is where I think the party needs work. They got a lot of work to do. It's an eye-opener. Musa Ability himself need to reassess whether he just want to be seen as a political leader who came on stage with the money to spend on people who are looking to just hang, their wings on his coat, or without someone who is looking to build institutions. Until CMC can build an institution and the Liberian people can see that CMC is a viable alternative, I don't think right now CMC is stirred based on the straw poll that we heard last time. But look, all options are still open here. At some point in time again, we'll hear what the voters will say, but CMC has work to do. And the Unity Party, the ruling party, is in a strong position today based on the straw poll that we heard last night. Thank you, CEO.
No, thank you. I believe that we said all I wanted to say yesterday. I really wanted to bring in Kanye Gibson, Aguilas on this one. My concern is that, yes, Musa got a long time. He can build his party. Yes, he's trying. And make no mistake. But this is scary. This is it's fearful. And I hope, like everybody's saying, Musa can be. So it's not a money thing. All politics are local. Right? Wait for us, that what we just say here. All politics are local, right? Musa building bridges, rehabilitating schools, building schools, marketplaces here and there. Who getting? Musa or the lawmaker then are there? Because Musa went to Bon County. They get upper Bon and lower Bon. The bridge that the government sued Musa for. Musa spending almost $300,000. That Jim Mary Cole going to reap that benefit? Or that Musa. So nobody in that area was able to call. Look, Musa was in Granger there in the backyard of dissident collaborator and our brother Gibson Jeru. The crowd that Musa brought in was more than Jeremiah couldn't cry. The certain vice president. So nobody was able to call there.
I disagree with that.
But let me feel like our uncle you can say audio money, audio cry. Were they audio cry? I mean, let's just listen it. So what can Musa do now? Internationally, Musa just met the governor, West Pole, Maryland. Internationally, Musa Pukra. Hey, it's not about money now, though. It's about game plan. It's about terrain management. It's about you go there, you can get it. You don't have to spend money. Men are carrying that kind with a coaster and two saying they buy an island without operating. When they leave, we take charge. They will spend all the money, the guy will give us all the money. I mean, my man used to sell chicken egg. My man used to sell chicken egg, Gibson. The man would say, oh, it's chicken egg, he'll go one behind the leg. When he get $2, $3, the man leave the guy give it to me. Because I was an operator. But I used to tell my man, the guy let you take you bring more.
I mean, you been bad boy for a long time. Now, ever since small boy time.
Yeah, that's small boy thing. They give you the thing. You can remember you had to get late. Don't worry, the girl was talking about you last time. She was talking about me. Yeah. All right, let me come from the market. I'll bring something. So let me tell you about collect it. We rewind. But is this what happening? Who benefiting from all of Musa initiative across the country? So I think Musa got to sit down and think. Am I the beneficiary or somebody ride on my back? When I take my back, they say, don't matter, man, he get money. And I will consolidate for myself. Let me hear you also. Who benefiting here before we leave Musa alone?
Thank you. And you're raising some great points. I mean, politically, you're right. As the saying goes, I mean, it's become a cliche now. All politics is local. So when you come as a national figure and you come and you were to undertake a project, that local politician, the people know Melvin Cole there. I mean, they know Musa, but they know that Melvin Cole is one of their own. So Melvin Cole stands to benefit. I mean, there's no question about it. So I think this would be an opportunity. This is a great opportunity for the CMC and Musa to re-strategize. I mean, don't take a knee-jerk reaction to what happened last night. That would be my advice to the CMC and the CMC leadership. Step back, because you don't want to be branded as the new Mr. 1%. You don't want to be branded, in such a way. There's no reason to be alarmed, but to be concerned. Step back, re-strategize. But Stanton, you're right. I mean, a lot of these big projects that you're doing, in, all over the country, these big national development projects, the local politician, they stand to benefit the most because, as the saying goes, all politics is local. But Stanton, one thing I thought we were going to try to disaggregate the numbers and look at, some of the reasons, some of the things behind why people were voting the way they were voting. Because one of the questions that were asked last night, which was great, it's like, okay, who are you voting for and why? So I thought we were going to spend some time to look at the why. What was driving those numbers? What was driving and motivating people to vote for who they were voting for? So I would like to, at least if we can spend a few minutes on it or so, I think it will be a good exercise.
I think I have a little bit of disagreement with the point about like these projects that are done at the constituency levels. Like, of course, all politics is local, but I think that the fact that the CMC and Musa, this is very, very deliberate as far as I know, that the idea is to brand CMC, to position CMC as a party of development. And I don't think that particular narrative is being lost in translation. I don't believe so. I think as far as I know, and people I have spoken with, and people that we know we've connected with, that brand is well alive. And many people know the CMC today as a party that's not only yet to just talk empty talk, but there's a party that can walk the walk, that can invest, private or party resources in doing development work, building bridges and roads, which is a far cry away from, the old traditional, conventional way all the political parties have been doing business, come and talk, issue manifesto, big talk. But then they say, okay, when we have the power, then probably we'll deliver what we're saying we'll talk. So on the branding level, on the image level, I think it's been a little bit like double down here and, overlooked for the fact that I think a lot of Liberians are recognizing CMC, for being a party that is doing development even before having power. And many people consider, Musa as a talk and do politicians and all of that. Now, again, the momentum has to continue, and we have enough time to try to do that. Party took 40 years to do it. It is expected to be done in 9 months. I will be on a realistic expectation.
Jacob, we're in a completely different political dispensation, at the moment. But what I think is critical here, why people love all of these big development investment that CMC and Mr. Ability, what they were doing around the country, why they do appreciate that. At the base level, it's about it's about the bread and butter. It's about kitchen table.
We gotta go. I beg.
Kitchen table issues.
Dr. Book, let me bring you in, then we'll be forced to hear from Lafayette Good and Conagry for us to be fair tonight. Dr. Book, let's wrap this up, please. Can you use 1 minute, sir?
Sure. Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to everybody. Those who listen, those who watch, keep doing that. We're making a difference, one conversation at a time. So 2 things. First, the polling that was done last night is not anything for CMC to be alarmed at, but it is something that they can learn from. Yes, they're new. Yes, they're just hitting the road, but learning can take place later. I got to take that at the beginning. And the 4 things, this is a people's movement, but the 4 things that are important. The first is good organization if you want to be effective. And I learned these things standing when I worked for Barack Obama in 2008 campaign. He was one of the best. He had one of the best organizations in American politics, and he raised more money than everybody else. But I learned those 4 things: good organization, constant mobilization, strategic communication, and consistent execution. You got to organize people. You got to keep mobilizing. It's a people's movement. But the strategic communication, that's the part. Musa Bill Abricho and Musa, but how are you communicating the message? How are you multiplying that message so it starts to sink in and people start to say, oh, the guy here, he onto something. Oh, that's important. And then constantly execute. Somebody asked you about what you do in your little corner. I think it was Gibson. What you do in your little corner? Is that a small micro When they come together, you're doing it, then you replicate it over there, then you show the other person to do over there. It's a people's movement, but you got to have good organization, and you got to do strategic communication, and you got to do constant mobilization. He's just getting started, but this is the time. So no, the thing was not a verdict, but it's an opportunity. And if I were part of that party, I wouldn't be dismissive of it. I would start to learn from it.
Thank you. Thank you. Kodongbe, quickly.
On this issue, I think it's, again, as I've said, it's an eye-opener. But, conceiving to form a political party, I can equate that to an elephant, conceiving a baby and probably delivering that baby 2 years after. I don't know if it's 2 years, maybe even more. The reason why you will see like the ANC gaining dividend, they've been on the field for some time. Sometimes sympathy will cloak in, and people will say, well, this individual have been there for some time and we've tried this, we've tried this. Some people will begin to, unravel their minds now to follow. I think time is not in Mr. Belte's CMC's favor because it's a newcomer, new boy in town. I should say a new sheriff in town, but this is, the new kid on the block, as you can say. I think he hasn't put in much, so I don't expect anything. But it was really somehow tormenting to have a poll where people were calling and not even one person locally pick up the phone and call, say, I'm for Musa. It's not a good picture to see, Stanton.
Thank you. Brother, take us home now, Councillor Glue, on this topic, Councillor.
Yeah, so let me say good evening, but Stanton, I don't think we have much to say. We said, I think, all last night. All of the political parties, they are trying their best. I think maybe at the end of the day, to reach to a level where they can be part of the group that will make the presidency in the runoff. There is two political parties in Liberia, strong, rooted, and that's Unity Party, CDC. It's either CDC or Unity Party or CDC. There will be flip in third and fourth place, which we have seen since 2005. There have always been a flip in the third place and fourth place position. That is, we had different persons taking third place. 2005, like we said, was Bromsky. 2011 was Prince Johnson the late. 2017 was Mr. Cummings. Was it Mr. Cummings 2017? No, it was Charles Bromsky again that came back. And then 2023, it was Appleton. So they'll all be flipped in that. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to choose amongst the two parties who will lead the country in a runoff. So I wish all the other parties well, but the factual thing and the things that we know, the things that we've seen, the things that we've been involved with, tell others that those two parties are the formidable. If you want to be president in Liberia, find a way. Find a way to Unity Party, find some kind of a way, or go to CDC. Like I said, Jeremiah Kun, the MDR, they saw that there's no way that they could win the election. So some kind of a way, they have formed themselves near the presidency. The same way the MPP, after they lost the election in 2005, found out that there was no way they could come over. They found a way with the CDC, and they came closer to power in 2017, 2018. So that's the same thing. But I wish all the other guys well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. Let's move on. I wish Musa and CMC well. If you follow us, we just want to say to you, CMC is collecting $5 at the door. At the CMC Pennsylvania Delaware Subjersey chapter, please go and register. And when you attend the program, you register. Next time we do a polling, please try to call in. Again, listen, I'm giving the people an announcement, guys. Just stop laughing. Valentine's Day program, entry $5, as you can see. That's the 14. Will you give me some, man? Let me get a full announcement. It's here in America. The number right there, though. Please call the number. Yeah, $5. They say we can transform Liberia together. Together we can transform Liberia. This is a good thing, by the way. Pay $5, call the number, and free publicity. And when you do that next time we open the line, please call and say you're voting for Musa. We're backing, especially locally. And I hope they can do something like this in Liberia too. That's a CMC announcement. We also want to announce that, I've been seeing this thing. They gave my friend, I'm going to ask him whether he want me to put a picture up, the key to the city. They said, congratulations, Mr. DeWitt Van Babus. Not DeWitt, I just saw DeWitt on today. But one guy actually, friend to the Spoon Network, I'm asking whether I should put a picture up. They gave him key to the city too, right? A wall. But it's an annual event, at the City Hall, Monrovia. Make your reservation. The number's right there. But this one is going to Mr. DeWitt Van Babus. I never pronounce the guy name good. I will never pronounce it good, but I wish him luck.
DeWitt.
I mean, you will even teach me when I work by.
DeWitt. You can do it, G. You can do it, DeWitt.
Leave the guy myself alone. But it's a good thing. They're recognizing his effort to the society and the government. And I think they are three. I'm trying to find other folks' picture to put it up. And congratulations to him. It was sent to me by Madela Cooper, by the way. Madela Cooper sending me all these different awards that it will be putting out. And to Madela Cooper, we say thank you. Political advisor to President Joseph Yuma Waika. So DeWitt Van Babus, thank you very much. Let me leave that one alone. All right. I want to say to all of you, thank God I have 2 counselors, 2.5 counselors. No. Yeah, 2 counselors, 2 half counselors. Because Dr. Bopler and Gibson, they are half counselor. They went to the school, they didn't complete. But we have Lafayette Good and dissident collaborator here. I want to bring this story up, right? Let's talk about Samuel Twe and we'll talk about Prophet Key and move on. I want to bring this story up. Today we follow the story. The Supreme Court sent down the road and said, my man, you got to go back to the lower court. They're sending Samuel Twe back to the lower court. And these guys will bring us up to speed. But in the beginning of this thing, let's just go back in history. Watch.
Welcome to the media. Councillor Johnson, good morning.
How you doing, gentlemen?
What do you know of today's ruling?
Well, today's ruling, we know that the judge has ascribed unto himself an authority that he doesn't have. When specific provisions of the Constitution are raised as subject matter of discussion in a trial, a court of limited jurisdiction, specifically a trial court, does not have the authority to interpret the Constitution. That authority is ascribed to the full bench of the Honorable Supreme Court. To that, the judge had indeed agreed that the former officials of government are immune from any criminal prosecution or judicial inquiry for acts committed or acts carried out while serving as members and statutory members of the National Security Council and principal advisors and agents of the presidency.
I'm going to leave it there. Let's get into it. Councillor Good, this is your area. Councillor Akanyo, this is your area. Let's get into it. The Supreme Court disagreed. Send it back to the lower court. Am I correct? Talk to us, Councillor Good.
Yes, you are right. And I just wanted to make some little correction. Because I heard people when I read that the re-argument was denied. The re-argument was denied. I think they've been making a mistake. The re-argument was not denied. The petition for re-argument was accepted because one of the justices signed it. And so they had to re-argue the case where they had to pinpoint the areas that they think that they thought that the court overlooked, and had the court taken those points into consideration, the ruling that they gave in the first opinion would have been different. So that was done, and the court says that no. So the prayer to reverse that first ruling, to say that Minister Twe and others were immune, you understanding? It was denied. That's the point. So the Supreme Court, if you read down, the Supreme Court upheld the previous ruling. And so they're sending the case back to the lower court for full-scale trial. So the correction is that the motion for re-argument was heard, and the court determined that the issues that were raised in the petition for re-argument was not substantial enough to change the ruling, the previous ruling that they gave, that they do not enjoy immunity under Article 61. But the thing about it, the thing that makes me to sit down and wonder and lay back and say, well, history will treat us fairly. Because when we spoke in the Brandon Samuka's case, he raised the same issue. And the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the state, adjudging Brandon Samuka guilty, of mismanaging or misapplying the soldiers' money. It was a big news, but I'm one person who said that this is a Pandora box that we're opening, and the celebration that we had yesterday may end up to be tears today. And we're seeing it. The same argument that were raised by Samuka were some of the same argument, or are some of the same arguments being raised today by Twe and others. And the court is maintaining that you do not enjoy that immunity under Article 61, because according to the court in the Samuka case, you don't take wrongful orders. And so we see it happening again today. So let them go back to the lower court that has jurisdiction over the trial, over the case before it, and let them try and let them vindicate themselves before that court. And if it goes back to the Supreme Court, if they are found guilty, they have the right to take appeal to the Supreme Court for a review of that judgment.
So let me, before we move on, so they're going back to Judge Roosevelt Willie, right?
And whoever judge that is presiding in criminal code C.
Criminal code A.
No. That case is not code A case. It's criminal code C. I think it's Judge Usman Fekar. I think he's a judge in criminal code C.
Did you look at the document? Did you look at the document we put in the chat room?
But that case, a corruption case, they can't go to code A. Corruption case
I'm
is
not arguing with you. I just asked you, did you look at the document we put in the chat room?
I read the ruling. I read the judgment. I just read the judgment. It's on the judgment that I tried to tell you that the same Article 61 again was being invoked, in the Samuka case as it's being invoked now. So I read a good part of it, summary. But the case going back to criminal code C, that's a code that has jurisdiction to theft.
I don't know. Maybe this is wrong. You have versus Honorable Roosevelt Willie, a Sun Circuit Court judge for First Judiciary Circuit Criminal Aspect C for Mustarada County. That was Judge Willie. It's not Fiaka.
So at the time he was presiding. So we don't know what. He was presiding at the time.
So that's why. So, Cairo, thank you, Chief. Cairo, let them bring you on. Cairo, help us understand now. What next? We know now they're going down to the lower court. What next? What good for Semet to a year? Are we going back to that argument that now they may, how you call him, Brian Samuka on this condition, maybe Semet to have a slim chance this year?
Well, I disagree with, anyway, it's Lafia's opinion. But I disagree with that opinion that he believes the court is not being consistent. Because in every case, though facts can be similar, but facts may not be the same. And reasoning in law is based on a set of facts. So the court will have reasoned a particular way now, in this case involving Twe and others, but would have reasoned different on a Samuka. So I don't think that can be an issue. And the reason is simple. The court normally will not entertain, especially the Supreme Court, a re-argument. As we all know, the Supreme Court decision is final. Once the Supreme Court comes over decision, the only place you can go to appeal now to Jesus Christ or to God. But there are certain times when the court will entertain what they call a re-argument, as in this case. And you must show to them that the conditions are met. For example, you will say to them, even though we argue the case before you, Supreme Court, you overlook some facts. There was some error in the way you handle your judgment. There was a constitutional misinterpretation. So please let us argue again. But if you are doing that, they give you the chance. It cannot be you bringing back the same argument you made before just to buy time. You can't be stating the same thing you argue and the rule against you before because you want to buy time or because there's some disagreement or you bring in new theory. So I believe that the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, because this case clearly has been extremely politicized. So the Supreme Court, when the petition for re-argument was filed based on that prohibition, the Supreme Court did not want a situation where it will be seen as not giving them the full opportunity to present what their argument was. So it agreed to a re-argument. After hearing the re-argument, the Supreme Court has decided that, look, you are not introducing anything new from what you said before. The same arguments you made first when you came before us are the same arguments that you are making again before us. There is nothing different. We did not interpret anything wrong from the Constitution. So because of that, we are denying the re-argument. So I disagree with Lafayette that there is an analogy, similarity that the court is deviating. I don't think the Supreme Court is deviating. I think the Supreme Court is being consistent in assessing the facts. Now, where do we go from here?
I didn't see the court deviating, please. Let me correct you. Please, sir.
The case, sorry.
Go ahead, finish up, Carrier. Finish up, please.
I was speaking, I heard somebody speaking. Sorry about that. So where do we go from here? The case has been remanded down to proceed consistent with the rules of law in the lower court. So in other words, they asked that this thing be dismissed based on certain constitutional grounds that they believe that protected Detour and others in the action that they took. The court said, no, what you introduced to us, we don't agree. There's nothing new here. We before render a decision on this matter, we deny it. You brought it back. We are denying it again, consistent with our earlier decision. Go down and go through the case. So they are going back now to go through the case. But where I agree with Lafayette is that the court, the judges may change because, as you know, the Supreme Court, every time judges are assigned to new courts as the term begins. So it may not be Roosevelt Willie. It may be that the issue was brought when Roosevelt Willie was there. His Honor Roosevelt Willie was there. But it may not be him again sitting there when the case goes back. It may be somebody else who would then handle it consistent with law.
Thank you. Let me bring you quickly, Kat. Let's see here. We'll go that round, right? What's going on here? How concerned is Detour, Samuel Tweed? Because it look like now, it doesn't look good.
Well, Detour believes in the rule of law. He respects the rule of law. And so I believe it's in the hands of his lawyer to give him direction where to go. But this Supreme Court is different. You know, folks try to want to not take us back to those days that the Supreme Court is being militarized. And that's what I think the Supreme Court is. I think the Supreme Court, everything they do in case of whether stopping free speech or swaying things in the favor of the government, because I think that's why, this president makes sure that he controls the Supreme Court. I think everything they do, they rule by decree. I'm not a lawyer. I will not play one, and I will not argue with the lawyers. But what we see and what we feel and what we understand, that this is the worst Supreme Court ever since post-war. It being militarized and the rule by decree. So, but Detour respect the law, and Detour will we'll listen to his lawyers and see where we go from now. But everybody know that this Supreme Court is militarized.
Gibson, is the Supreme Court militarized, or they are doing exactly what was done to something similar that was done to Samuka? Without fear or favor, the Supreme Court gave the law, they interpreted the law. They held Samuka responsible under the CDC government, and sedition pressed the Supreme Court. And the Chief Justice remains the Chief Justice, and when he was acting as Associate Justice, he was on the bench. Is this Chief Justice following the principle of the Constitution and the law? How can one say what was done yesterday that you celebrated, today you say it's wrong, Gibson?
Okay, before I go there, let's look at the case in its totality. And I think the two lawyers on the show here can do better than me. The case is a remedial process coming from the lower court. And this remedial process, there was a ruling that was made by the Superior Court using or citing the National Security Act article. Let me go there quickly. Let me see quickly here. Citing, I'll send it to you if you want to. If you get chance, you can put on there. If you don't have chance, you don't have to. Citing a very consequential article that will have given no more chance for D12 to have a fair trial at the lower court. So the Article G, I think 3G or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. No, I gotta be sure. Let me put it there. Yeah, they cited Article Section 2G of the National Security Act on December 18, 2025. Now, what makes it very, very, very important is that the lawyers of D12 recognize that a Supreme Court justice made a material error, a material mistake in the ruling by using a section of the law that does not adequately apply to the case. So they argued before the Supreme Court and say they submitted an application before the Supreme Court for re-argument of the case before the Supreme Court because they believe that the Supreme Court should have utilized Section 3B instead of Section 2G. Now, Section 2G, the Supreme Court held at the time, if you remember, the Supreme Court said, no, you are not part of the National Security Agency or the security administrators. So we cannot grant you this relief because you are not a benefactor of this relief. But if you read Section 3B, it specifically states that the Minister of Finance is a structural personnel of the National Security Administration. So now the Supreme Court realized their own mistake. They said, oh, sorry, Samuel Tue, you made a good point. You were a member of the National Security Administration. So we made a mistake. We'll send the case down back to the lower court so you can continue from where you guys stop. That is where the ruling is. This ruling does not validate or devalidate whether Samuel Tue cannot be held or can be held. This ruling validates the error of the Supreme Court, and these are very, very sudden error that Supreme Court goes on to re-argue. And these lawyers here know better than me. Supreme Court does not really they don't accept re-argument of their ruling more often. But if there's a material mistake that they made, so this particular ruling is on the Supreme Court for making a very, very big material error that will have decided the fate of Samuel Tue with the current case at the lower court. And so Samuel Tue is to be jubilating at this point. It's a victory for him.
Wow. Is that so, Jacob? Jacob, is that how you see it?
Well, again, once you start getting technical on the issue now, then you lost me right there because I'm not a lawyer. It's not my it's not one of the area that I can say too many words about because Gibson Jeru sounded a little bit technical general, so I can follow from there. But just to speak generally about the matter, well, as a layman, I've been trying to follow the case that have been evolving. I find it difficult. I probably will have to sit down with with some lawyers and get a little bit more educated about what the direction of the case is going into, and then by that, then I'm able to form an informed opinion. I don't want to sound like a fool on the air on the matter, so I'm afraid I don't have a lot to say until I can hear more.
Yeah, I agree, because I'm kind of confused. Gibson, who is not a lawyer, giving out article egg, article chicken, article bread, article butter, and I'm kind of confused with which one we're going to eat. We'll fry the egg first, or we'll let the egg pass the chicken. But that's okay. The two lawyers that talk clean it, they come no article. The medical article.
Because Jerry General increased my confusion. So if I start talking, I will sound real silly. So I just begin forget.
Well, let's keep you, Chief. Let's keep you for last, Councilor. Let's hear for all the lay people here for you. Dr. Bople, let's hear you.
The man went to go read some more.
I'm gonna pass because I don't like to be called little people. So let's go straight to the big people, the lawyer there. Don't call me no little people. Yeah, big people, I can't tell you.
They started the law team, they didn't end it.
I'm a dropout from law school, but I tell you, every legal matter really spikes my interest. So I follow these things with great interest. But I think Kanyo and Lafe are the people who can speak to it. So I'll let them speak to it. Yeah.
Seriously, let me ask you though. Now they have dropped this to the lower court, right? Looking at what was said during George Manawiya Town CDC government, that Brian Samuka had to be punished. He won his election, and he was kicked out of it. You think Senator, forget the legal part, forget the law now. You think Senator is seriously in some situation here, that Boble?
Well, I don't know. So the court remanded the case to the lower court. Now, the lawyers here will tell you that case law is important. You always look at, the history, see what happened, but not determinant of outcomes of another person's case. It is the facts, it is the law, and all these things. So I can't say that it will be a replica or outcome might be the same. It's difficult to say. I will say that the lawyers have to do the best work.
Look at the national security. Thank you, Dr. Boble. Also, look at the national security component that they put into this thing. That because exactly what Senator, you listen to his lawyer, Arthur Johnson. He's saying national security. And everything and some got put national security in this thing also, but some guy didn't win. I mean, talk to us, Russell.
Yeah, I heard him say that. Now the lawyers can speak much more authoritatively on these matters, but my understanding is that provision in the Constitution applies entirely and squarely to the commander-in-chief, to the president, and not his subordinates or not his cabinet secretaries or cabinet folks. So invoking national security as an alibi, I don't know if that's gonna fly. But obviously, I mean, everyone would try to say something to try to wiggle the way out of a situation, and it's clear that in some sort of situation he's trying to find some wiggle room, and so he's invoking that provision. But I'm sure Mr. Gbala and Mr. Gu can speak much more authoritatively about that. So even though that provision exists, and even in this country too, I mean, the Supreme Court come out again and embolden the presidency, but and it's almost the same in Liberia. But I don't know if Christy Norm and all of his cabinet folks would be able to get away from some of the things that they are likely, some of the issues that they are likely to face. So it's almost similar thing, it sounds like to me.
Thank you. I believe I'll be hearing from Conor Gray that he went to law school too. Conor Gray, am I correct?
Yeah, I did. I did go to law school. Like Dr. Book, I did not finish, but it was due to some political differences with Mr. Taylor. But let's move ahead. Whether or not he's a member of the National Security Council, as projected by Mr. Gibson, that issue is moot in the sense that the Supreme Court, the law by the same general who is ruling by decree is the same general who is Chief Justice today by Kev Standard. So I don't know if he's going to contradict himself. He has said that you should not take unlawful orders. He has also said that it's not an excuse to prove that the intent of using public funds, whether or not you are authorized by the president, that's not an excuse because you should not take unlawful orders. So this is just a matter of delaying ejaculation, as we say. It's going to go back to under the same scrutiny. Did you use public funds for your own use? No, the president gave me the order. Well, the order was unlawful. There's a precedent in the book that when you're giving a lawful order, you're not supposed to go by it. So either way, I don't see any way where you can get out of this loop. Anybody can see it differently. But maybe the only difference would be it's going to go to a Supreme Court bench eventually if it takes an appeal. But I don't think the precedent that was set in the lower court will be any different from whether or not the case goes there again. But when it gets to the Supreme Court, we have probably 5 people looking at it. But unfortunately for him, the same general who passed the ruling at the lower court is the same guy is going to face, the Chief Justice. So this is one of those issues that I would like to wait for posterity to see how it goes. And we'll all learn from it, Stanton.
I don't think that the same gentleman that passed from the lower court.
It was
Bessie was associate.
No, it was Chief that passed the precedent for Barney Samuka.
October, Barney Samuka. You said Barney Samuka.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I got us. Yes, thank you, Greg. I got us. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, and thank you for sharing. The ruling earlier because I took time and I read it. And again, I'm glad to hear from our lawyers, but I'm surprised that they are not aligned in interpreting this ruling. From a layman's standpoint, I didn't do law. I didn't go to law school. I did business. From a layman's standpoint, if you look at this ruling, the Supreme Court did acknowledge that the defense, have provided a reason why they should re-argue at the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court agreed to hear them re-argue because in their ruling, they said that the section of the National Security Intelligence Reform Act that they cited in their ruling was wrong, which the Supreme Court acknowledged in its ruling. Third, in this ruling, the Supreme Court said that even though they cited a wrong section of the Reform Act, but the 3G now doesn't still apply to 12. The presidential immunity doesn't go down to him. It's not transferable like an HIV. Excuse my French. So you can't say, oh, because you were part of this, National Security Commission or committee, so you can enjoy the immunity that the president or former president enjoys. That's why the Supreme Court disagreed with them. And that's why they are sending him back to the lower court for the judge to continue with this matter. So based on this ruling, in my opinion, in my assessment, I think Samuel Twer and his group that are under indictment in this case are in a deep mess, are in a serious trouble. Because again, we have precedent on the books in the Browning Samuka case. Even though the Browning Samuka case dealt with what? Private money, the soldiers' money. In this case with Samuel Twer, the former finance minister, is public money that he's being accused of. So look, you can argue all day that Samuel Twer was in this committee with the president, so he enjoys some of the immunities. The court is saying no, immunity cannot be transferred to the finance minister, so he has to go and answer for his crime that he's being indicted for. And finally, CEO, on this point, This also shows that as a government official, whether a minister, whether a director, if you find yourself in a position of authority and access to power, especially at that level, finance minister, making economic decisions for the country, if you feel that you are getting instruction from your boss that are unlawful or that is unlawful, then do not carry out that instruction. Do the honorable thing and resign. But you cannot go and do something illegal. Then you try to use your boss's position or former position as a shield against indictment or prosecution. So that's how I see it. I think the court rule in favor of the government, and this case is going to go on. And in my assessment, I believe that Simon Twere and his co-defendant will most likely be found guilty in this case. That's how I see it.
I don't think you know more about the case.
CEO, can I say something?
You just wasted airtime. You don't think anything about this case. Jacob, what's wrong with the case?
Kev, unlike you, I read the ruling of the case. It's right in front of me.
You talking loosely like that. Why would you just jump on a case that go argument?
Exactly.
Okay, guys. Guys, let me come here and bring the lawyer back here. Everybody thought it meant when you're getting bad. You know,
I got something to say too.
Let me put this up. This is from the court today.
Thank you. Thank you,
Stephen. So let's read this, which is very clear, and see actually the position of the Supreme Court. That this court acknowledges the inadvertent in its opinion of December 18, 2025, last year, in which it cited section 2G, the same G that Alberto was talking about, instead of section 3B. So it's saying, simply put, maybe they cited the wrong section of the National Security Intelligence Reform Act, which provide for the composition of the National Security Council created under the office of the president, and in which the Minister of Finance is a member. They have confirmed. And that, however, this inadvertence does not, guys, can we beat ourselves, please? I think coming from you, Consider Group, let me too. And that this inadvertence does not affect the conclusion of the court's opinion of December 18, 2025, to the effect that the petitioners do not enjoy the immunity granted to the president under Article 61 of the Liberia Constitution. Wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, the petition for re-argument is denied, as the outcome of the court's judgment remains unchanged. I will bring in both lawyers to help us simplify this, but I think it is clear. We'll come to you first, Councilor Group.
So, Stanton, in the first place, the Supreme Court is not a political court. I heard my colleagues say because the case was politicized, so the Supreme Court just said, okay, that year, what they want to say, no. The justice that signed saw that there was an error, and that's what the Supreme Court said admits to the error, and it said was inadvertence. So that's clear. Secondly, this case is like, it's just simple. I will pull it straight. Mr. Twere was indicted for money expended, and he says that he should not be questioned because it was expended for national security purpose. Not on whether how he spent it, no. Just the fact that he spent it and he was in the national security chain, he should not be questioned. When they attempted to question him in the court, then he went upstairs. The Supreme Court has now said, no, you are invoking Article 61 of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, but you do not qualify under that article. So go back and attend and defend yourself and account for what they are holding you for. Simple. So it's not that the Supreme Court say you're guilty. No. The Supreme Court is saying that you were supposed to be tried for money you expended. You say, no, don't try me because I spent it on national security and I have immunity, like under Article 61. The Supreme Court said, no, we won't agree with that one. So go back, you go try the case. He didn't say go back, you're guilty. So when the court rule and you go back to the precedent, and I always say the same 61 was pleaded in the late Charles Judy Bryan and Edwin Snow case. Article 61 was pleaded, and the Supreme Court told Charles Judy Bryan that he did not fall under Article 61 because it meant for elected president and not chairman. So they sent the case back to the lower court and he was tried and found not guilty. The same argument comes to the Brandon Samuka as well. And the same argument today that is being proffered by Tua. And the court is just ruling consistently. So I did not say like the court deviated anyway. The court is ruling consistently as they are ruled from even the Judy Bryan case up to now what we're talking about.
Thank
so
you.
The case is going back now fresh for trial.
I know you will not. You guys will not do this because you guys are under the Supreme Court. Are you okay? Talk to your daughter. Let me.
Probably young moving to.
Yeah, the reason why you guys are old and you're still born babies. Let me come to the other men. I get 3 more old baby. Do you see them collaborator? Yeah, man. You're stop burning them, man. Let it be so bad. Anyway, that's true.
Just something actually put it there. Okay.
Kev, nobody recognizes you. Please.
This is a collaborator. What say you in the Samuel Tua? Because people are saying it is of major concern. Samuel Tua should be warrior. What do you think, Councillor?
You're pulling me out of the law now. You're pulling me into the realm of, opining on the matter. And I'm happy that, Lafayette has very clearly defined his position that there is no inconsistency, because when he spoke earlier, there seemed to be a position of drawing a lack of consistency with what the court said under Brandon Samuka and what it is saying now insofar as re-arguments are concerned. That's why I sought to clarify that I don't see any inconsistency, and I think he now agrees with me that there is no inconsistency. I think that is important to point out. That the point I was making then, my point that is not on law, because I think we've actually overflogged the legal issues here. These guys came back, they said, citations were different. And like I said before, re-arguments have to be based on material issues. The court has to see the materiality of the issue to agree to a re-argument, because a re-argument is like asking a court, you did something before, we agree with it, go look at it. And the court normally does not do that to itself. But they say, let's just hear it, since you say that. And the court came back and said, look, this citation or 2G3B is not material in nature. We stand by what we said before, go through the process. I think we've all exhausted that. We know what it is. I wouldn't go in as far as my brother Tamba went. He was going for the jugular. But what I would say in response to your question, Stanton, is that people don't know that D12 was under a lot of attack during his time as finance minister, right, for the CDC. And if you think those attacks were coming from people outside the CDC, multiply it on 50 from people within the CDC. Any attack you saw D12 under outside, multiply it times 100 from people within CDC. And I say this because I know it and it's a fact. All right. The fact that D12 is fighting for his reputation today for this CDC, which on many occasions that I am aware of that he took positions, that he almost led to his dismissal. Maybe Jacob would not say it because or certain reason. But for me, I mean, I'm a centrist. You know, I'm a dissident collaborator. I can say it, and I will say it, right? You know, I'm dismissed many times for serious positions he took as Minister of Finance. And it's so paradoxical that we are where we are today. And because of precedents in our law, that executive immunity, presidential immunity does not extend to people who act in that position, despite the fact that we know that a presidential order is almost like a threat in a way. When the president gives you an order, it's almost like a threat. Because all the 10,000 people around the president will be there. And the president tell them anything into it, the man disrespecting the president, the man acting that he not really by himself, all that kind of, those are the things that happen to public officials. It's
Thank you.
And yet G2 here today.
Thank you.
Immunity does not extend to him. I mean,
Okay.
I just feel sorry for him. But I hope that the law.
Thank you. Quickly, let me bring in Jacob. Jacob, how you say we're closing on this detour thing. We got a Prophet Key, we got a Foya project.
It's going to be a 1 second point. You know, like coming back to Tamba's point about somebody being guilty or not guilty. I think the lawyers have said that they provided sufficient education on that already. We are miles and miles away from that kind of conclusion. So again, like they just educated us. This was basically just about talking about, you know, whether the presidential immunity extended to those who you know, the defendants and co-defendants on the matter, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that for the fact that and that's what I deduced from your explanation, it made perfect sense to me. It doesn't necessarily mean that for the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled in this way means therefore that those who have been accused can still win the case. Now, they are going to now go into the meat of the matter of the case, and then they can now begin to start, the lawyers now will now begin to look into it, which is perfectly within the realm of possibilities that they could walk away innocent or free as a result of the going into the detail of the case. So we can read so much into the decision of the Supreme Court and just say, you know, this is going to be someone guilty Friday or not. I think we're way far away from such a conclusion.
Are you concerned? Are you concerned under this government, under the Supreme Court? Seriously, forget anything you know legally. Are you concerned that Senator will be toasted?
No. To be frank,
we have no plain, you know, elaborate discussion here. Are you concerned?
No, let me say this. As far as I know, Mr. I believe his integrity. I believe that as all that I know about him, I believe that he is not going to do anything to betray the public trust. And everything he did, as far as I'm concerned, as I know, he did it within the confines of the law. You know, Mr. Tua is a decent gentleman, and he's a patriotic Liberian. He served this country, and I think he is a Liberian that, you know, many of us are proud of in terms of his public service. So I think he will work, going to the meat of the matter, fairly looking at the case, he's definitely going to work scot-free. I know that some of the Unity Party people, I've listened to that, you know, have their own political differences with Mr. Tue, and this is all politics, you know, because they feel they're very insecure about Tue and all of that, and nobody responsible for their childish insecurities. But on the meat of the matter, I think he's a patriotic Liberian. I don't think he will do anything to betray the public trust. That's what I would say for now.
Gibson, are you concerned? Gibson?
Yes, I'm concerned, but I want to say something. If I can have 1 minute, 30 seconds, so I can put this thing in perspective. The two lawyers have failed the public today. And here is why they failed the public. When you do criminal and civil procedure, there are prosecutorial strategy that they teach you. One of them is the case-by-case comparison, which is called the analogizing. Another one is called distinguishing. Another one is called case-by-case analysis. And another one is called comparative case study. What the lawyers have done today, they have only done the analogizing, which is reasoning. They have not done the distinguishing. Let me tell you where the distinguishing is. Samuel Twan may go free, except, I'll go to that except later. The money that Brandon Samuka used, the two cases are not the same when it comes to the fact pattern. The money that Brandon Samuka used is taking another person's money to use it for government purpose. I want you to listen very carefully. Taking Gibson money to use it for government purpose. It's not the same as Samuel Twe case, taking government money to use it for government purpose. I want you guys to listen to that. These are the distinguishing factor that the court must look into. Did Samuel Twe use all of people's money to use it for government purpose as Samuka did, which convicted Samuka? The court said in Samuka in case at the time, they said, Samuka, you can't do that. There's somebody else's money and the president tell you to use it and you use it, you should know better to say no. That's what the court said to Samuka. In this case, the court cannot tell Samuka, the president told you as a member of the National Security Agency apparatus, administrative apparatus, take government money and use it for government purpose. Then Samuel Twe said no. That is not a sinful pattern. And what the two lawyers have done today is to just do the reasoning, the analogizing. And in civil procedure and criminal procedure, you got to take into account the full pattern before you can come to a conclusion. Samuel Twe should be free in this case, except the sophistication of the jurors. Because sometimes the jury can be unsophisticated. They don't understand the fact pattern. They don't understand the analogy. They don't understand the reasoning. They don't understand the fact of facts, postulation. So because of that, yeah, I know it wrong. Because of that, the case may not be adjudicated by the jurors on a factual basis. They will go by their impulses. They will go by, oh, Samuel Twe role. So let's put him in jail and they vote. I must state today, having covered the Liberia court for 11 years as a reporter, I can say today that our jurors are not sophisticated. And the brother of Lavia Gu, Councillor Gu here, and Councillor Bala here, they know what I'm talking about. First of all, the jurors are underpaid. So anyone who has the biggest money can win. Number two,
it may not be a jury trial also.
Please, I beg you. I ask for a specific time. They give it to me. Don't interfere.
No, I make a contribution. I say it may not be a jury trial. That's what I'm trying to say.
My man, they already a jury trial. They say that may not be. So the second part is the jurors are not educated. And Lavia Guya, he practices more in the court. Sometimes they have to let certain jurors go during the juror selection process. They don't understand the issues. And so as a lawyer, you don't want that kind of juror to be on your pool. So they let them go. They reject them. The education part. The third reason is our Liberians, they are easily swayed by sentiments. And by the time they hear Samuel Twe, oh yeah, that man of minister, you were eating too much, let's put you to J2. That reason could also overwhelmingly overshadow the decision of the jurors. Otherwise, if the jurors are educated enough, they understand the fact pattern, they can understand the distinguishing factor, as I stated, Samuel Twe will walk free. Because it is juxtaposing the individual money. The court then says, I will end with this. I want for everybody to understand. The court at the time told Brandon Samuka, you can't take Kanyo Bala money and tell him you're going to use it for government. You should have said no. So you're wrong in this situation.
Can I ask you a question quick? Before we bring that to play in? My question to you. Let's just agree the court say, yeah, the money was for the military people, right? And you say, Madam Sadi asked you to do X, Y, and Z. That was some kind of excuse right there. And it was for national security. Let's fast forward to Samuel Twe today. The money that Liberian people money. The money that Liberian people money. The money may not be for the military.
That money was not for national security. It was not.
Kat, don't interrupt me. I beg you. Stop. The money that Liberian people money, right? The money belongs to the country. If the money was diverted illegally, signed by Samuel Twe, Samura would have called it Jenga Code, because we have that document. They signed it as transferred to FIA. And Samuel Twice said, oh, I was instructed. Where's the letter instructing you? No, the verbally instructed me. Give us a verbal communication, text message, phone call. We don't know. It will be said in court, in the lower court now, because we follow this case. Gibson, I think, and you can respond later, that's a problem. That will bring people money if you want to make that argument. Was the money legally, was Samuel Twice legally instructed to transfer the money to FIA? Let's follow the money trail. Yeah. And to follow the money trail, the guy at FIA that say he received the money, we got document on our old message. No, he know who take the money. That's a whole different story, and we come to that.
Exactly. Thank you for pointing that out. I come in, Kev.
So Stanton, you say what you get document under oath? Why you mean when you get document under oath?
No, because when the man went to LA, now let me correct this guy. Guess what? You know that they wrote the testimony at LACC. You know that we have the documents. Samara Wodokoli testify, Janga Ko testify, this guy, how you call him, FIA person, what's his name, he testified. There was another guy testified, the man that they went to the bank and all that collected the money. When the man brought the money from the bank, the money disappeared. So the money had a beginning but no ending. I will share the document in the chat room.
Yeah.
So let's get to the beginning of this case. Go ahead, Gibson.
Now let me respond to your question. And I will respond in a way that the lower people will understand.
Well, Senator, you better let Gibson do that. Let Gibson make it.
No. The question came to me. So I'm sorry. They emotional.
This is important. Gibson, go ahead. This is
yeah. Okay. I'll be finished. I'll be finished quickly.
The issue. I won't go to that book. Like Gibson raised the issue, said that military money, but they want to elaborate people money too. So let's make that case.
Let's make the comparison. I got Blaze FM. I got Sion Starbucks there. I got money.
No. I want to use. Nobody know where your FM at. The only person that your FM can follow that journalist.
Okay. Let's that way. Come 1 minute. Okay, you will come after me. So I have Sion Starbucks, and one of the Sion Starbucks, I told him, I said, take Blaze FM money and go repair Blaze FM tower. That Samuel Twice and the president, the Supreme Court has realized that the previous ruling they made, distinguishing Samuel Twice from the National Security Administration, they have realized that it is not true. They were wrong. In Section 2G, the Supreme Court ruled at the time that no, you are not part of the national security. It is a defense minister who is part of the national security apparatus. Then they came back and said, no, the lawyers of Samuel Twice said.
My question, because we got to go, we don't have enough time.
Correct Gibson.
Yeah, I thought that was a book plan. Hurry up, Gibson.
Okay, so Samuel Twice is authorized. Samuel Twice is member of the National Security Intelligence Committee.
The Supreme Court admitted that. No problem with
that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Answering your question, brother. And the president, who is the head of that committee, tells one of the members of the committee, who is Samuel Twice, finance minister, all the other people you're talking about, they're not bad. That Samuel Twice, he's a member.
So we'll come back to you, right? And that's where we hold you guys at, right? Samuel Twice is my friend now. But the issue is that we got no communication authorizing Samuel Twice.
He does not need written communication.
So we believe on verbal authority authorization.
Verbal instruction. Okay, let me answer that quickly. Verbal instruction.
Are you telling us we gotta go to that?
But I can't answer the question you asked the question. I can't answer it.
We'll come back to you. I beg you, they gotta look at me with witchcraft eyes. I beg you that
but Samuel Twice does not need written communication. Instruction from the president is attainable.
President Joe, we have to come and testify in Samuel Twice defend you.
We have to come and say yes, I told Samuel Twice free.
Oh, but let's see whether that will happen. But let's go ahead, that will
we can free Samuel Twice today.
But I think people are saying that's the entrapment. You and Century, you want to put President we are in. Because that's the issue, though. No. I want to bring that to both players. Yeah, we'll spend a long time if we don't let go of this thing. And the people will decide, right? But there is nothing even the guy standing for and the other people there, go back to the testimony at LACC. I will share it with you guys. We have all of them. It's more problematic. But let's talk about the beginning here. Dr. Popley, you will put your hand on, sir. Welcome to Sunday School.
Yeah. Thank you, CEO. I just wanted to say, if we could do law school in two minutes, I would have finished law school before I ran away from the war. Listen, the only thing I wanted to say, the other thing Gibson is saying is simply this. Okay, the stipulation for jurors is that it will be a jurors of your peers. So jurors are not lawyers. They don't have to be ultra sophisticated. They just need to be people who can pay attention to the facts, and in the jury selection process, they are not found to be prejudiced in one way or another. That's why lawyers from both sides are there to vet them the best of it. But the jurors are your peers. So, all that sophisticated thing talking, the jurors need to be able to pay attention, receive instruction, make decisions. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Quickly, guys, can we do 30 seconds? We want to bring in everybody. Let me go to Winfred Russell. I'm not spoken. I got us. T, and we'll come to you, the lawyer, again.
No. Tamba spoke already.
I want to put something quick, man. Stand on. I beg you.
No, I haven't spoken this round, Kev, and stop interrupting.
Yeah. So we need to come before you.
I haven't spoken this round.
Yeah, after us, then you do our second round.
I would defer to the
to the next person.
To Councilor Gould. Yeah.
No, you can choose Councilor Gould. To the next person.
You don't like
the other guy, Russell?
Already have the Utan. He will be there again.
All the other people
I was going to be after him, right?
No, because Councilor Gould said he had a point.
I got something to
go last.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you see, a lot of people don't know the difference between the Samuka case and this case. Samuka used, Jerusalem, use the military people money to personal accounts. Go and read what the Supreme Court ruling. He used personal account, not for government to government. The use account was not recognized. It's there. So it's way far different. And Jerome, you're absolutely correct, because even sensible people on this platform don't even know the difference between the two cases. It's there. Just go on Google.
But every day when you saw somebody, sensible people don't know the difference. Only you alone know the difference, right?
No, I'm not insulting.
But every day you find your friend on the platform, you insult that you a smart person here. That you a smart person here.
No, but Stanton, man.
Yeah, but you can talk loosely, man. You can talk loosely. Sensible people, that you a smart person, that you a smart one, yeah.
I used the military people money. He was taking money.
The money that Samuel used, and I let that bring people money.
You were taking
the money, the taxpayer money, the taxpayer money that Samuel said we are authorizing. That not the Liberian people money.
He had the controller.
You know, people
that money was going to protect you. So it's different from national security. It's different from national security issue, which is government.
The money that Samuel sent to FIA. Can answer the question. Can answer the question. The money that Samuel sent to FIA. Now who money that?
This is national security.
Now who money that? Answer the question. Let's take it. The money that Samuel sent to Kev, you answer the question. You the sensible one. No, don't say no. Don't waste our time, man. Don't waste our time, man. You can just talk because they say you text messages, you can't call somebody and say we get sensible people. No, don't waste our time, man. Answer the question. The money that Samuel say he sent to FIA, that who money that?
Don't simplify it like that.
The money that Samuel sent to FIA, that who money that? You gotta start taking text message and just start talking. Again, let hear you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Look, when I interpreted the Supreme Court ruling based on my layman reading, that's why you posted a CEO exactly what the Supreme Court said. So you cannot. The law is not different. The case may be different from Samuka case. The facts may be different, but the law remains the law. I think what Samuel Twe and her co-defendants need to do is to go to court, which the Supreme Court now has returned them so that the trial can proceed. They now have to go to court and adduce the evidence to say that they got this instruction from the president. Look, when you talk about millions of dollars, you can't just go behind Jamaica Resort and the president say to you, "Oh, I want you guys to move this X number of millions here," and then without any communication. This is government administration. This is not buddy thing we're doing behind the house, Gibson. This is government administration. You can just say, "Oh, verbal instruction." Yes, the president can give you verbal instruction, but it must be followed by a written communication, especially when you're going to take a portion of a budget that have been allocated for this objective to move it to do something else. There has to be some paper trail. In the absence of paper trail, and again, look, I'm not going to get ahead of the court ruling, but what I was saying is that this is serious business. Simon Tuer and his co-defendant have to prove in court that they received instruction from the president. Otherwise, they are in serious mess here, and I think it's a serious case.
Thank you, T. Let's say you quickly. We got to go to the other big one we have. T and
I just want to say Gibson was going in the direction that was educating me, but then he ended up confusing me, and here's why. I learned a lot from the two lawyers. I was here on the show when Councillor Bala spoke, but I was here when Councillor Gu spoke, and I learned some things from him.
So how you learn from
The Article 61, Steve Hassan. Come on, man.
So you say you learn from the two lawyers, but you were not there when one spoke. How you learn from two?
No, I listened when I was not on the show. That's what I said to Councillor Bala. I wasn't on the show when he spoke, but I listened. But anyways, the Article 61 that Simon Tuer and the rest of the guys are relying on, even in that very Article 61, it says that when the president commits crime, certain specific crimes, if he commits that, you can't go and like Daniel Trump said, I will stay on Fifth Avenue and shoot people and just start violating the law and do everything. And then when you leave office, you think you cannot be prosecuted. I don't think that's the extent. And that's not okay. Okay, we'll leave Trump name. But I don't think that there is such broad protection.
You gotta take that back. You gotta take that back.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Take it back openly.
Okay, so hold on. Donald Trump, sorry, Stan, we okay. But the issue at hand is that in any constitutional republic, for you to think that you can just violate the law, do bad things because there is Article 61, and then when you leave office, there will be no punishment for that, let alone to extend it to your officials. Simon Tuer is trying to not answer, and I have a soft spot for him. He's the guy I've known for a long time. He's a good man. But when you are accused of economic subversion, when you are accused of economic subversion, and the Liberian people today, you are blaming this government, they are not done this, they are not done that. We're trying to trace the money, what happened when you were in charge. And then you come and say, hey, the president had protection, and the protection extended to me, so I should not be tried. I think that is not okay. You should find a better defense. And I'm glad that the Supreme Court said that, stand 1 second. And I'm glad that the Supreme Court said that the retrial argument, they don't hold water, that he got to go back and find law to defend himself. If he can justify what he did, yes, then according to Jeru, he will walk away. But if he cannot find law for defense, the defense should not be Article 61. That's what I have to say on this.
Again, thank you very much, Colonel Gray. You end this thing for us. Let's move on. End this for us, Colonel Gray.
Stanton, I've seen lots of similarity between this case and that of the Brani Samukai case. Brani Samukai relied on the commander-in-chief's instruction. At one point, I think it was verbal. And then Madam Salif even had to adduce something to say, yes, I gave the authority. Even at that, it didn't bring any difference to the judgment that was made by Yami Gbese by then, who was the judge in chamber or wherever it is. So the thing about it is, if you're going to rely on that, although people say that was private money, so Mr. Samukai or BJ Samukai had fiduciary responsibility. But it boils down to the same situation that the president gives an instruction that trickles down. And the issue is whether or not to follow instructions that are, that are illegal. So at the end of the day, whether it proved that it's part of this, if you go back to the issue of whether that order by President Weir was legal, then they'll follow the precedent that a president order is not necessarily legal if it meets certain criteria. So I think they'll prove intent, which they have done in that lower court, that he intended to use the money for his personal use. Other than that, I don't see anything different that I'm going to say. But I think this is just delaying the moment. I would just, go back there, and I don't know if they'll put up a different legal argument, as I've heard some of the lawyers on the show say. I don't know if anything will be different that will come out of that.
Well, but they have not even gone into everything yet. This is just.
I wanted to ask two questions about what I'm allowed.
We got to go, Councilor Gu. Let's hear you, my friend.
Stanley, you want to answer my question?
Let me answer your question. What's your question?
Okay, the question is, I'm sorry, Councilor Gu. Sorry very much. I'm asking the same question you are asking people. Is the money that Samuel Tuah used public fund? Yes or no?
Yeah, but we got our brother Winfred Russell forgot that he's on the show and he's eating. Brother Russell is on the show eating. He forgot that he's on. Look at you opening your mouth to us. What are you eating?
Yeah. Number two, if the money that Samuel Tuah used is public money, the money was a money spent on public interest by the national security. Yes or no?
The first one is the money that public money.
Yes.
And no disrespect to you, the Honorable Gibson Jerry, the next senator for Grand Chile County. Every money that passes through the finance ministry should be public money, should be money for the people. Okay. So how can you ask me that question? You know that they're not granting money. The next question, whether it was used for its internal purpose, that's why they are going to court.
No, not the internal purpose. The technical. The internal purpose is quite technical. I want you to get me on that. Go with the internal purpose. Was the money used on public reason, the national security?
We can find the money. That's why we're going. We can find it. I would not sit here to tell you what I will use. The Liberian people need to understand the same thing about Brian Samuel. Let me say this to you, and we end up with our brother councilor, right? I love D12. He must take him talk a lot, right? But time trap is not for ride alone. And everybody know that. Samuka won his poor election. He was happy celebrating. CDC said we use this Congress to strip him off his senatorial seat. Let me be fair. It was politically motivated situation for Brian Samuka. The Liberian people know. The man that brought the devil in the city, you gotta be afraid of him. The man that went in the bush and brought the devil outside. CDC said, we don't care, you can bring the Satan, you bring Jesus Christ, we'll take the position for you. And they did. They didn't give the man a position. They said, come to our church and be born again and repent and apologize. There may be former President Joe, where I will have mercy upon your soul. And he did. He was traumatized. He was traumatized. I remember I saw Brother Samuka in Florida. I shook his hand. He was crying. I said, don't cry, my brother. I put my hand upon him. I said, go and sin no more. The Lord is with thee. Blessed are thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of the womb, Jesus Christ. Holy man, brother of God, pray for Simon.
Give your 10. I say you want to preach on that. Give your 10.
And at the end of the
day. I mean, you manage things.
I think the man forgot today. Not Tuesday. Today, not Tuesday.
Today, not Tuesday. I forgot.
Let me make this thing clear to Pat Gibson, right? I know I hear you talk about private money and public money. The Supreme Court did not say if the money that was used by Samuka was public money, he would not have been held liable. No. The Supreme Court said the instruction given by the president and the immunities that he wanted to enjoy does not extend to him, period. All I wanted commentary. But let's be specific to that. And that's the reason why I don't like to say it, but I think tonight I will say it. Yes, let me say it tonight. You give a scenario, you Gibson Jero. You are head, let's say you head for Spoon. You are the head for this show. Jacob Jala is the CEO.
Now let me hear this Spoon.
All of us here, we are employees and we're collecting small money every month, and Jacob Jala is the one keeping it as CEO. This platform does not have data. No way to count on, no gasoline. Jacob Jala takes the money that all of us putting together and buys gasoline for this very platform to operate. When things changes, the same platform that benefited from Jacob Jala wrong comes back to prosecute Jacob Jala for benefiting from this, the thing that Jacob Jala did. Come back to prosecute him for it. So you yourself said it, that Brandon Samuka was prosecuted for using private money for government. But the same government came back for him.
No, it was not for
that
government.
Was the issue. No, wait, I beg you.
It was not for government.
Yeah, I beg you.
Let's go and read the case.
Hey, my brother.
No, it was not for government.
You
shouldn't mislead the public.
You will have the time to talk.
How you tell the lawyer to go read case?
The case is there. It's open.
You have the time to talk, Kev. Yeah, just wait small.
It was for government.
The way I say I'm going to call Fubi for you. But look, that was the situation. Nowhere in that record show that Brandon Samuka a $1. Nowhere. Go read the whole case, turn it around. But because it was soldier money that was used to send soldiers to Mali, it was soldier money that was used for soldier operation. They said no. When the soldier women started causing no, they said no, pay back. And he was prosecuted. And the Supreme Court said he wanted to use, I think the one said no. That was an unlawful order from the president. So whether it is private or public money, the order from the president, if his money is not used rightly, if it's not legal, it will be considered you would not benefit from it.
And we will continue on this. Thank you, brother, Councillor. Thank you very much. Maybe next time we ask our audience whether I beg you, Chief, let's go. I beg you. We got two more important stories, please.
Well, you say everybody was going to have last word. So why am I the only one being excluded?
You know what? You heard the title Dissident Collaborator Solar. Go ahead. You already have dissident. We don't want you to do a coup d'etat on us. Go ahead.
No, you know, I don't do coups, man. I'm a very calm and collected
dissident. CDC. Go ahead.
You know, I like how Lafayette summarized, because my big brother Gibson and Kev, they were about to confuse the whole panel as to the nature of the case and the issue that was being decided. But I like that Lafayette came back and he brought it back.
You argue our position. You argue our position. You can you? We were CDC. You argue our position. Jerome, our position. Why now? Why now? Why now?
Can you find a claim that can argue our position?
What
position here now?
Go back and find a claim.
You argue.
Why
is it? I will get it. This can you argue the case on behalf of us?
Let Karen finish. Karen, please.
He always let our phone them when you want to distract people, but you can't work. We know you can. Look, I like how Lafayette came back and brought us back to what the issue is. When Kev and my big brother gives you try to confuse this panel with extraneous matters that don't pertain to this. Here's my issue. I think this matter can be resolved, right? Based on what Lafayette just said. President Weah can ensure that Samuel Tuel walks free. Because the whole issue is about immunity. Executive immunity is only for the president. It does not cover ministerial officers. Tuel is arguing that, look, I got this authorization to act as I acted. So don't hold me responsible. And President Weah is here. He sees everything. He watches the case. President Weah can come out and defend Twe. And Twe,
I disagree. That's why I disagree.
Why? Why you disagree?
I disagree.
Why did you disagree?
This is my disagreement. President Weah will come and say, yes, I authorize Samuel Twe to move the money. That's not an argument.
Why
about
isn't
who
it
authorized? Forgive me that chance now. I'm answering you. About who authorized Samuel Twe. Samuel Twe said the president authorized me, but listen to what it's saying. My friend, it says right here very clearly. Let me pull it up again. The reason why they send this to the lower court, and that's why Lafayette Good is saying, but people not paying attention. This is exactly what it says. Read what it says here. It's saying that however this inadvertence does not affect the conclusion of the court's opinion as of December 18, 2025, to the effect that the petitioners do not enjoy the immunity granted to the president. This is the reason why they say, but even President Weah come out tomorrow and say, I authorize, they say the petitioner does not enjoy that immunity.
I disagree. Because when the president says that I authorize, he is saying that the action is mine and not Twe.
That's not the line. They are saying yesterday, Twe does not enjoy. We gotta move on. We got. But Kev, you full of interruption too much.
Why can't President Weah step up and say, look, I tell authorize this man. This man is fighting for his life.
But that Madam Salif did. That Madam Salif did.
Madam Salif never did it.
Madam Salif didn't do it.
Madam Salif wrote something.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Let me say this.
We are even authorized.
Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Thank you very much. We gotta
one point.
No more 30 seconds for you, dissident. No more 30 seconds for you. No. Let's go to Jacob. We gotta move on.
I just want to bring this also to our attention, right? So, for example, Councillor Good drawing a beautiful analogy. So, Dia is Minister of Finance. Let's say George Weah is President of the Republic of Liberia. He gives an instruction to the Minister of Finance. But mind you, now the role of the Minister of Finance is not to expend resources, it's to disburse. So, for example, the Minister of Finance disburses this amount of money, for example, to the parastatal FIA. So, if there are concerns about corruption or misappropriation of the funding, in my opinion, the agency or the entity that receives the fund can provide accounting for the usage of the fund. So from my perspective, I just think that either way you take it, the Minister of Finance
to the FIA.
What?
They should go after telling to the Financial Intelligence Authority.
I don't know, but I'm just saying that.
Thank you. We gotta go, guys. And let me say this. This will be again to be continued. I want to appreciate every one of us who are so unwise. That Kev said, we want to appreciate our input on the show today. He's the only wise man on the subject matter tonight. And I say, hey, Kev, thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Chief Fubi Harris, and welcome to the show, Emmanuel George. For me to end this thing, conclude to run in that direction, I want to say to all of you, even President Weah come up tomorrow and say I authorize this man. I strongly doubt, but people say we pass that, it will not work because he is not under the presidential immunity. If President Weah would have wanted that, say, you know what, I'll take this money. He gave me the money, right? Fine. Then we get document approved, but to authorize the man, even the people at FIA saying that they didn't see the money. So where the money? That's a whole different story there again. You go find the money. But anyway, I put something in the chat room. Okay. I've been speaking about this thing because the document that I have concerning Joe Mobile, it was reported, right, through our investigation that he is the advisor on infrastructure. He's the advisor on infrastructure. Imagine that they man set the infrastructure guidelines talk about building, roads, everything. He advised on the president. This is Joe Mobile. All of the contract on feeding the children, all of the contract, the 4-year contract, number one, his company takes all of the contract. If he is the advisor, look at this building that they designed. This is the completion. If the 4-year project is completed, this is it. We have to document, ladies and gentlemen. We have to document, you see, Monsieur Group, cost of work estimate, construction of presidential villas and event hall, 4-year. 4-year city, 4-year district, Lofa County, Republic of Liberia, West Africa. I want you to pay attention because I want the government to come up again and restate to the Liberian people the truth, but nothing but the truth, so help us, oh God. We will share this 4-year document and it will be some information that I think the government have to clarify. The end of the day, when everything is completed, this is how it will be looking in 4-year. This is the end design of the 4-year project. I want you guys to take a look at it. I put it in the chat room. This is it. This is it. That's the whole 4-year project you're looking at. So everything that we had on the, you know, on the video, how they were building, that's the finished product yet. I will let the Liberian people see it. Gibson, I know you taking a picture.
Please put the statistic back up.
I will. I will. So this is the 4-year project. Now the government have clarified, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta be serious. Let's start with the estimate here. Let's talk about the 7 acres of land, costs including surveying, $9,000. Land purchasing and settlement. We'll put everything up. If we can't get to all of it today, we'll get to them all. And it will surprise you though. The reason why the government, look at where I'm coming from, look at the group. The advisor infrastructure to the president, right? The man getting this big project. The big project, he getting it. And all the feeding project around the country, I will share the document too. Around the whole country, he getting it. It's in the chat room. If you're feeling, we'll put it down. I got so many things to pull up. I hope we can get to it. But then we can establish though, why this one individual should have all of the project. He's advising the president. Is this conflict of interest? He's an advisor to the president, but his company is getting all of the project from the Ministry of Education, project, the 4-year project, project this one, the other project, and again, I will put them up for you guys to see. I'm going to start with Emmanuel George and Chief Fubi Heron here. What actually happened here? I know they want to beef for Kanye, he got to run away. No problem. Kanye got to run away because this one is big for him. But what happened here? Look at another thing I want to add, right? The government said $6.1 million. I want us to think, look at the document, and I want to ask ourselves, hear me and hear me well, because I'll play this clip again. Is it $6.1 million actually true? Or did the government lie to the Liberian people? I will not answer that question till we show the document. And we will not show the document tonight because we don't have time. And this is when I can enjoy one talk. We told the Liberian people that God bless us, we can have this document. This is the very first time you are seeing the finished design. This is the very first time. Something the government have not shared. But we're lucky when we're coming down Crown Hill, we saw the document right in Slipway, around there. So we saw the document, we saw everything. We're lucky, thank God for that. You know, the old man, I said, Bwagada baby, she found it, and and they saw it, I don't know which one of them. But imagine, let's get to some serious issue here. The same Monsieur group, when we announced the other day, they say, oh, the same Monsieur group, Inc. Clear and level the site. Construct foundation of villas. Construct foundation of event hall. I will put everything there and it will be a shocking thing. Wait for me tomorrow, my fellow Liberians. You will know, you will see that this government don't need to hide anything. The Liberian people themselves will reveal it. Let me start with you, Emmanuel George. My only question I'm asking tonight, must this individual that get Muslim group, Joe Mobile, be the only one as advisor on infrastructure to the president? Must he be the only one to get all of the contract? It's a conflict. You already advisor to the president. Then every contract that comes, you take it. That's my only question I'm asking tonight. Now we have revealed all of this thing. Tell me. Welcome to the show, Dr. George.
Thank you, Stanton. And let me just greet my fellow panelists and the listening audience for joining us this evening. Apologies for being late. I'll share with you what I was doing. Look, one of the things that President Joseph Boakai appears to have in his favor is the fact that Liberians believe that he's not a corrupt person. That's one of the things he has in his favor. But in the last couple of weeks, the revelation we're having with what his relatives are involved in shows that either this president is unaware or he intentionally enriching his relatives, his family members, so that the Liberian people can continue to believe that he's not corrupt. But every week we have this thing coming closer and closer to the doorsteps of the president. First, this gentleman is in relation to the president. Second, he's an advisor to the president. But yet them still within that particular comfort of being the nephew to the president, comfort of being the advisor to the president, he seems to be winning every governmental construction contract in the country. If that is not nepotism, someone should definitely help me to define what it is. Not only that, many of the projects that he appears or seems to be involved in a link around corrupt practices, allegedly corrupt practices. And yet them still, this is an advisor to the president and a nephew to the president. It is alleged and speculated that the Minister of Education is a relation to the president. And she seems to be giving contract out to the nephew of the president. Most of the contracts are construction contracts at the Ministry of Education. I think President Boakai, with what he the aura of himself that he had created in the public view, what the public thinks and believe, the perception that we have about him, he should get involved in a situation. He should be alarmed that his advisor and his nephew happens to be winning infrastructure contracts in the country left and right. And at the same time, those contracts seems to be laden, appears to be, and literally laden with corruption. And that is not good for our country. There are a lot of good engineers in our country, including T that we have on the show, who supports President Boakai, is an engineer. But T company seems not to be winning these contracts. I show where T is tonight. He's wondering Why is it that all the bid he has put since he joined the Unity Party, it appears that he cannot win a single contract, but Musongo happens to have the matching wine to win all the contracts in the country? There must be something very, very special. There must be something very, very special about Musongo that we need to know about.
What's the company name again?
The man will come by here and say, Dr. Boplet, we're going to bring you in, then we'll go to Fubi. Dr. Boplet, let's bring you in, then we'll go to Fubi.
Stanton, I too agree that I think Liberians still see President Boycott as very honest and somebody who's not corrupt, not building things all over the place. I agree with that. I'm one of those who feel that way. I got to tell you though that I am concerned when we hear stories like this. Now I'm going on the premise that this story is factual in terms of contracts. It is. I don't know how it would not be a conflict of interest. I can't see how that it would not be. If you are the advisor, you already have privilege and access. So then you can't be the one getting contract. Your company can't be the one getting contracts. So then it's conflict of interest. And at the end of the day, it's only one president that we elected. And it's always the elected person where the buck gonna stop and the blame's gonna be. So the people who work in these high places, the people who advise the president, all of that, they themselves have to be very mindful. Conflict of interest. If you want to just do private sector work, then don't be in government. If you want to do government work, you're right there in the president's inner circle, per se, then you can be out in the marketplace doing all these other things. So I would hope that this is not the case, because it will clearly, to me, be conflict of interest. I don't see how it will not be.
So and I agree with you, Dr. Poplar. Which one are you hoping for now? That he's not an advisor, he's not a nephew. I'm done with that nephew thing.
I ain't talking about a relative part.
Relative DNA, but he's not the advisor on this. But imagine though, and that's why we took our time, Dr. Poplar, to really investigate. He's the advisor on infrastructure. He's been doing his business even before Joseph Boakai took office. He's been doing his business, right? I remember, and let me announce this, we have some stuff on Rawofi Highway, and he was on his way to Ghana. I and another person, I'm not calling the name, way down 2017, all right? Joseph Boakai broke ground. You all saw that picture. And he was invited there to do some assessment. But that's the only time I met him, but there's no relationship there. Let's talk about now. He is the advisor to President Boakai. He's the only person now receiving all of this contract. Dr. Poplar, let me put it up. This is a contract. Honor his company. That's his company. His name is on the paper. All of the feeding program. He took them all. How can we explain this if this is not conflict? Yeah, and I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, the relationship part, you can't do nothing but that. Your uncle, nephew, cousin. His position as advisor and for infrastructure puts it right in the theater, right? Where we'll be contracting things for infrastructure development. Then you or your company or your affiliates cannot be involved in the marketplace. You just can't. Because you have the ability to influence the decision. So I can influence the decision goes a particular way. So that will be a conflict.
I'm going to put the next one there. We couldn't get on. Let me put the rest of the feeding program. I'll put it in the chat room and we can discuss it. more on the FOIA project tomorrow because it's 6:31. So we'll give everybody sufficient time to talk about just the glimpse of what we just spoke of the Fubi. Let's talk about the games. This is it. This wasn't made up. The man got the money. Look at the first civil structural work subtotal, $653,400. Now, I cut this intentionally because if you go into the bottom, you're going to see the total amount. I'm not ready yet to disclose the total amount. Was it true that the government said $6.1 billion? Or was it true that Stanton and the rest of the guys then they were right that this is a little around $10 million project? Look at what we are looking at today. The government never thought that we were going to get our hands on this information. When we said that Motion Group, they said they will not get a hand on the information. The Liberian people need to be told the truth. Construction of presidential villas and event hall, FOIA City, FOIA District, Lofa County, Republic of Liberia. This got to be told. Look at the interview. You ever came across the finished product? It's part of the document. 24 pages document. If for Mana River Union, no, enough for Mana River Union. If for the government, no, enough. So how can they tell us that this thing that said presidential villa and event hall was for Mana River Union? Whoever said that? So let's go ahead, Fubi, and we'll go to Gibson. And listen, I know we're running against that. I will take my own time because I don't want to make a mistake. And then we'll put this thing on line by line. And I believe my brother and friend, Jerome Pierre Dano Sano, somebody got to say something. They got to go back and make the necessary correction. Yeah. Fubi?
So good evening. I think it's a good show, a good education for the public. And I've been doing Joe J. Morba since 2006. And I'm working with Africare. He did a lot of projects for us. And so I know he's a good Liberian entrepreneur. He's good at his business. I survived over the period. And in 2017, when the president was contesting, at the time as vice president, contesting for the presidency, I think there was some question asked about whether he would employ any of his sons if he gets elected as president. And he was fair and blunt to the public. And once his children are qualified for a job, he has no problem giving it to them. And that was being fair and honest to the public. And I think so. I think that a lot of Liberians have held that the current president is honest in his dealings. And so, on the issue of Joe Morba and getting all the contracts, Joe Morba is a businessman, and he will bid and lobby for contracts. And those that are in government, if they will decide to give him all the contracts, you can't blame the man running a business. So you blame those that are in government and sitting in different positions that are awarding all the contracts. So any businessman will want monopoly. And that way you saw.
Let me stop for a second. He's advisor to the president. He's advisor to the president on infrastructure. You think it's conflict for him to obtain all of the awarded project?
So the point I'm making is that he's a businessman, and if you're making an advisor to the president, he's not going to shut down his businesses because he's advisor to the president. You know, he got his business is giving him more money than an advisor position. And so he need to do that. Then you need to do the business.
So he should hold on to his business and his contract to himself.
That would be fair to hold on to the business and leave the advisor position. And
we are not saying he's not. Listen, we are not saying he's not trained engineer. No, we are not saying he does not have a relationship and the president shouldn't give him a job. No, we are saying you got one man getting over 20 different contracts, major contract, almost in the hundreds of $1 million. With the document, we are saying that they went to Ministry of Education, full feeding program. They collected all the contract. He's the advisor to the president on this contract. Most of the contract, there were no bidding. Just give it to him. How can you justify that, Fubi?
No, I'm not justifying. I'm saying I can't blame Joe Morba because he's a businessman. The people that gave him the contract, you should blame them. I don't blame Joe Mama. Joe Mama is a business man. He pay for he go for contract. He award a contract. Why you are blaming? But those who are awarding the contract, knowing that he has this, and you are still giving him more.
Do you blame Satan? You blame the apple, or you blame Eve? Who you blame? You blame Satan, you blame the apple, or you blame Eve?
I blame the one I gave it to him, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why God. Adam told God that the woman you gave me. Adam told God the woman you gave me. Because of that, God said, "He who finds a wife
Thank you, Fubi. Kipsy, let's get back to be serious here. The message you blame the woman, not the devil, not the apple. But Kipsy, on a serious note, though, we are to a place now that the advisor. You got so many advisors to the president. If every one of them behave in such a way, you think we get government? Let's say Sir Johnny say I'm the economic senior advisor to the president. All the other things I'll bring it to me. Dr. Conan say I'm the foreign advisor to the president. Let's say our man, former defense minister Zenga, I'm the military advisor to the president. Give me all the military stuff. That's how they're sharing the elephant now? Is that how they're sharing the elephant? Will this help our country move forward? What a conflict, Gibson.
Absolutely. The other day we're talking about optic. Now it's no longer an optic. We got some practical documents that have to do with a presidential villa and event center project. And thank you for pointing it out. We don't see Manon River villa project. We saw Liberian presidential villas. Look, I want to agree with Dr. George. I never believed that Joseph Boakai is not corrupt. I never believed that. And I think Dr. Rople is living in his dreams to say that President Boakai is not corrupt. The man who was corrupt, who was dismissed twice for corruption, cannot be seen not to be corrupt. But here is the problem. If he is not directly benefiting from these ventures and he is absent-mindedly or disengaging from the process, and people in his office are doing this and making someone to benefit, and I think this whole thing, this Joe Mulba guy, he is the one that is normally, like they say, before you can get the bread to eat, you must plug the plug, right? So I believe maybe he got some money and he influencing all of these projects coming to him. And I think the people who are even awarding the projects, they are complicit into the same conflict of interest. You cannot be the advisor to the president on infrastructure. Then you get all the infrastructure project contract. And somebody will argue and say the president is not aware that his advisor on infrastructure has projects. The projects are not properly bidded, are not publicly bidded to the best of our knowledge. I think this is the wrong thing that is happening to, and this is going to go far, and because if President Boakai cannot stop this, I think Joe Boakai is going to get more projects. I think he doesn't have any problem with his relatives, his close relations getting the kind of contract, and this is very boring. I think we are entering a new dispensation of governance process where our national president does not care about the corruption that he say he's going to fight. It is happening right in his office, and it starts with his advisors, and this is one.
Jacob, let's hear you, Jacob.
Yes, I mean, these kinds of issues you're talking about here, you know, it's not strange. Yeah, to be honest. So I don't know. As a country, it looks like we need to have a national dialogue, a national conversation to try to redefine corruption, redefine conflict of interest again. I think we need to do that, because I think sometimes that we we just copy and paste sometimes, especially after the war and all this talk about good governance, about best practices. And we bring these best practices here, and then we say, let's try to go by them. And then we're not able to go by them. We fail all the time to meet all these criteria. Even under President Sirleaf, there were news about conflict of interest. There were always accusations about the role of her son, Robert Sirleaf, and in the administration of projects at the oil company. And Liberian people talked about it left and right. You know, Ellen went on Al Jazeera in an interview with Mehdi Hassan and said she takes responsibility. That won't pass. Now, again, this is happening right here, you know, under the current government. And we talk here all the time. Is it going to end? I don't think so. You know, these things will just carry on. And next government will potentially come, and there could be the same situation. So, I don't know. So somebody is infrastructure advisor and gets all of the projects in the country. This is so amazing. It's like we just need to sign some kind of blank check or get out some kind of $2-3 billion, and so you go build the entire country. You know, saying he's taking all the projects. So I don't know. It can be so tiring to talk about these things because at the end of the day, these things still continue.
I don't think you need to be tired. I don't think we need to be tired. It's not about the change that we're asking for today. The people know. The people should hear it. The people will decide. The reason why we say this thing every day, whether the government act upon it or not, is for the people to know. If the government fails to listen, the government will listen when that time comes. Because what we are saying here, the government never put out any information till we broke the news on the FOIA project. We all on the show, maybe you just joining us. We ran with the story because we need the documents. Mano River paid for it. That Mano River project, no. That President Vargas took $10 million and gave me and said, Mano River, I will give your DAS. I will give your DAS free. Who paid for the project? They couldn't tell us. Where is the document? They couldn't. Now we get the document, and guess what happened? The chicken I come home to roast. Can you imagine? And this is where we are. That this project, when it is completed, after the president said, it's not presidential home for me, we agreed. It was, Mano River project when Daniel Sano said it was a Mano River project. Look at the title, Construction of Presidential Village and Event Hall. Not one. The government was lying. And you cannot lie because the Fourth Estate, they're standing right there. They have the documents. People are angry. But Stanton, what the government lying? Look at the paper here. A presidential village. Not to say Mano River. But on top of that, though, the person at President Bwaka said, be my infrastructure advisor. The man going around all the country, here in Monsieur Group, collecting all of the contract, all of the project. Isn't this conflict, my fellow Liberian? Can President Bwaka do something about this? That's all we're asking. And he would just ride and die and let it be. Kev, let's hear you.
Stanton, I see your energy. Jerome and Emmanuel energy was there, but he said the right thing. But I'm not seeing that energy that I expect Liberian people who want better for Liberia, because I've seen the energy you're talking about. The president of the Republic of Liberia lied to the Liberian people. He did an interview, LBS, and he said this project is for Mano River Union and they will pay. Stanton put the money up and everything. But my thing is, it's not just his nephew having all the contracts. But the biggest thing in here that we need to focus on, where the money came from, Stanton. Where the money came from? What budget line? We just discussed about cemetery right now, right? Folks say on the Unity Party supporters say, "Oh, Jay the man. Where this money came from? Stanton now is breaking it and saying that the money may even go more than $10 million. That swimming pool, Muhammad will be swimming there. The president that will be swimming there. The president of Liberia lied to the Liberian people. Look at the swimming pool. Look at. So ECOWAS will be swimming there. ECOWAS president will be swimming there. Omani River Union president will be swimming there. Okay, I see like 6 seats on the other side. So they'll be moving from side to side. And I'm here now seeing the energy that matches what Stanton is saying. And my brother Jacob said, "You tired?" And a 5-year-old man is taking your resources, taking your money without nothing. It's not in the budget. Where that money coming from? Can somebody on the platform answer me where that money came from? You think about mistake? You think the president don't know? The president fully understand and know exactly what he was doing. He's doing, and he went to LBS mainly to mislead the nation, lie to the nation. You know why? You know why he lied? Because that notion that Dr. Buple that get that the man can lie. He get integrity. He was fired by Simon Kayado. He was fired. His track record, nothing. But that mindset to say he can lie. Well, he lied. He lied to the Liberian people. He told you guys that it was for Omani River Union. You should be outraged. You should be pouncing on the table because you put your neck on the line. You told your children that this is integrity. I remember the little girl that came on this platform and was singing that song, putting her hand up and said, "The Savior coming." And he lied to that little girl. He lied to that little girl. And we're not outraged? Who should be outraged? Who should be outraged? That nobody here, everybody just lukewarm. Besides Stanton that's saying something.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Thank you. Let me bring you, Councilor. Let's bring you in before we go to Russell, Conagray, and Asido. We're going to stop this fight. We're going to wrap things up quickly. Councilor?
Yeah, Stanton. So, if this man was a private citizen, holding all things constant, I wouldn't have any issue. He can win even the contract to build the new executive mansion, capital building, new stadium, all the rules. It's a private citizen. But when you leave your private life and you take public office, then you are held with standards. And if all of the information we have is true with respect to his ownership of these companies, then being an advisor to the president on infrastructure will be a serious conflict of interest to have him win contracts in the very area that he says to advise the president on. I mean, it's just simple. I mean, there's no way we can turn this thing. What are somebody we can blame the people who gave to him? But first of all, and that's why I always have problem. I don't know what are these people take oath. I rather have problem with people who sometimes they say they're acting, sometimes they say they're on pro bono, but they enjoy government immunity, and they are not on an oath. Even some of those who take the oath, it becomes so disgusting as to how they conduct themselves in public office. And they take public office to be they know their farm. I mean, all of us office, every one of us on the show that our offices, those offices for us, we own it. They are just administrators. And when you put them there to administer the affairs for the benefit of every one of us, and then some people think that they have a time now to amass wealth. So it's just conflict of interest. Period. Whatever way you want to polish it, it's conflict of interest. But again, that's what we have, man. That's the bro we have, Stanton. All of you guys, that's the country we have. And I don't know what I would give up. I think myself, I'm even giving up along with Jacob Jara. I told you the other day, Stanton, I'm just going to probably my little corner. God bless me, whatever I make. Honestly, I take care of my family, and that's it. Because we talk, nothing changed. Nothing to change, my brother. Nothing. So it's disgusting. So that's it.
Jacob, don't give up. If you gave up, the people will give up. We can never give up. There's a reason why God put us in this position. There's a reason why people will hate us. There's a reason why we'll make new friends and new enemies. But the day you give up, the day the Liberian people see that you gave up on them, that you will not appear on Spoon again and speak truth to power, that day our country will crumble. You can never give up. I want to encourage everybody. It's not because we want the president to act, but act now. No. If he does, thank God. This is President Bwaka speaking on this issue. Let's listen before we go to Brother Russell.
Conflicted. So, FOIA project is intended to be a hub for peacemaking in the sub-region. Mada Bio can drive through to FOIA. The President of Guinea can come to FOIA. Even if Cote d'Ivoire will be the only country that will fly. So the project there is an international project intended to prepare FOIA as a place where we resolve these crises and making them very private by the president, people meeting there, international meetings will take place there. It's not a Joseph Boyka project. In fact, it started without me knowing, because probably they knew that I would have resented it. So it is not a private project.
And listen to the end. They started without me knowing, because they knew I was resented. Listen. And that's how painful it is that people are spending $10 million of the country money, and the president didn't know about it.
He didn't know. He didn't know.
What else happened? Give me a second. What else happening now in the country that the president don't know about, that he doesn't know about? Russell, the president lied on that interview. I didn't know, because they knew I was resented. But now you know. What have you done? What did you do? That's the question. $10 million. They spent behind your back. You are telling the nation that you knew nothing about that $10 million project. Granted, I respect JMP, but what did he do to them? What have he done to them? What will he do to them? But we got another project coming up. And we asked the president, do you know about this one? Around $4 to $6 million project. Another project I have to document. What would the president say? I didn't know. But the people will still be there again. The Liberian people are tired. They themselves revealing this information because they are tired. And here we are today. Our JMB, our Keke, our Pape, our Kwakwakwa. He said he didn't know that they were doing this thing. He didn't know that they were spending $10 million on a project. The government cannot come up with anything. Une Spoon can show to the Liberian people on this 12th day of February 2026 that we are walking into the nightmare. when they say construction of presidential village and event hall, Foya, West Africa. Russell, let's hear you. I would not give up, man. Don't give up on the Liberian people, please don't.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised to hear that those photos you are displaying are AI generated photos. Don't be surprised.
Yeah, but again, I would say to you, they document that AI now. They can
AI
generated
budget, my brother.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised. Let's see.
But man, the people. Listen, one good thing people must realize: the next government will be in power to reveal even more of this thing we are doing. If we have a different government. What do you think Senator and being FIA today? You think it's Senator Joel who have won the election 2023, Russell? We're going to be talking about Senator and FIA? No. But because another government took over. And the same thing will happen. These things are trouble time in our country. And we got to speak to it. Russell, let's hear you. Looking at the document, this man is straight advisor to the president, but he received all of the project. You look at the one I want to put about the feeding program in Musarado County, in all of the county, over 18 documents I will put in there. You'll take a look and we'll discuss it more. Russell, let's end up on this one. Let's hear you.
Well, thanks. And I think much, have been said about this issue, and it's really, really, really sad and disturbing, to say the least. But look, let us be honest here. I mean, to think about it, we know, and I said, the last time we talked about it, I said, if you look at the history of our country, you see that nothing seemed to have gone right. And you see people getting wealthy overnight, driving all of these fancy cars they were doing. I mean, their lifestyle just, remarkably would just change overnight. But yet, when we talk about corruption, people get into their feelings. People, they start to argue, they start to push back. Then what's happening? What's happening? I mean, it is clear that Liberia is a very corrupt society. Corruption is seeping from all of the various sims within the society. But nobody wants to call it out, especially if that person is aligned with the party that we are aligned with, or they are affiliated with the tribe that we are affiliated with. We all want to be tippy-toeing around the issue and all of that. If it walks like a duck, Stanton, if it quacks like a duck, guess what? It's a duck. And we see corruption is pervasive throughout. I mean, this society, the administration, and all of that. In as much as many of us here, I mean, we know this, but I know, we try to give deference. I know President Boakai too. I've worked with him very closely. He may be individually an incorruptible person, but these kinds of things that happen with the documents and stuff that you're putting out there, clearly there's a conflict. Clearly there's a conflict. And if this stuff is happening on his watch, then there's a problem, and we have to call it out. We have to call it out. I mean, that doesn't mean that we have to disrespect him or he feel disrespected, but this stuff is happening on his watch. You cannot have an advisor is in charge of infrastructure and getting all of these contracts, and we don't. What else is it? If it walks like a duck, like I said, it quacks like a duck. It's a duck. It's corruption. It's conflict of interest. It's conflict of interest. This man is a government official. So I mean, we can't be trying to sugarcoat this stuff and walk around it and all of that. And I mean, this is just really, really bad. And many of us here know that many of our friends who are political leaders, who are in power in different, many of these guys have companies, and they have properties. They're doing all of these things, making the low meager salaries that many of them making. So we know all of these things are happening, but because they're allies of ours, so we don't want to call it out, and that's wrong. And so we're in this perpetual circle of corruption and allegations of corruption and allegations of malfeasance. I mean, day in and day out, while the people suffer. So I mean, you know, it's just maddening. And I share a lot of the disgust that many folks on this show are sharing with the pervasiveness of corruption in our society, especially being perpetuated by people who are in power. Especially people who are in power, you know, so it's maddening, and you know, it's definitely time for, you know, for overhaul of the system. I mean, we've been talking this thing, you know, for a long time. Many people have lost their lives over it, you know, but we're still here, you know. So I don't know, Stanton. It's bad. It's bad, and for those of you who are always yelling and banging and supporting this administration. We all want this administration to succeed, but you know, at the same time, when we see stuff like this happening, that clearly is not in the interest of the people, we must call it out. We must call it out.
Thank you, Colonel Gray.
Yes, sir, Mr. Russell. Support is a self-will. I will not support someone because you want it that way. Everybody will take their position. That's the blessing that we all receive, the individualism that God gave us to make choices. In a functional democracy, issues like this, when you take public position, such as a position of influence with proximity to the president, you put all your wealth in a blind trust. And so that said, this individual should have had nothing to do with his private business commingling with his governmental function. By extension of that, Stanton, that's conflict of interest. And people want to know if people are giving this guy a position. If you have proximity to the president, you have influence. You're willing to influence. So I don't see anybody that want to turn you down because, you know, this is a societal Bush. Everybody wants something. So he might use that influence to get some of these this contract. But I would love to see more of those kinds of projects in Liberia. I was flabbergasted and tired going to Ghana for every conference. We always go, they don't come to us. I wish they could put up some of those kinds of structure and call it government structure, public structure. It didn't say President Boakai's structure. So I want to see more. If people consider those kinds of endeavors as corruption that is going to people's private pocket, I would say build more of them all over the country. That's what I love to see. But, you know, for those who are giving up, I would admonish people to hang in there. You know, remember when we used to fly with the idea that Abdoulaye Camara was the nephew or the cousin or the this to President Boakai, even though we didn't have any proof. But be careful what you do when you're in public office. It might come back to haunt you. What happened? Abdoulaye Camara is going to court because he used his private business to solicit contract from government while he was in office. So it can come back to hurt you. And all I'll tell people, be careful. It might not be the president is immune to so many things. But when you use your position to will influence upon decisions in government, and I don't know if people want to be expert in budget, but budget item can be listed under so many other endeavors within the national budget. Don't doubt when they put up one building and you ask, where is it coming from? It's coming from the same budget. They don't spell everything out. They'll give it to Minister of Education, they'll give it here, give it there. But it is the execution of those contracts and how they will obtain that will come back to haunt you tomorrow. Not something somebody want to know where is it sourced. It could be sourced under the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, because this is a state project. So that's less important to me. But if somebody wants to go dig that, that's just, you know, the finding talking point. But what I'll say is make sure that this kinds of malfeasance in government stops, because when you use your position to will contract, it's a conflict of interest, and that's prosecutable under our law. I don't know if there's a statute of limitation for that, but hopefully not. People have been prosecuted, so that culture is going to continue. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Governor Gray. As let's hear you, and we'll go to T1 to close up for tonight. This 1:07 a.m. in Liberia to be continued tomorrow. Tomorrow we will just lay all of the project out, a lot of them, right? And the Liberian people will decide. I always like to say this: I did do the talking. The people here, let the people decide. As it do. Welcome.
So let's forget about the building. Let's forget about the building for a second. Who is the Liberian who is not even care, who does not even have a single concern of where the money comes from? Where the money comes from? Who does not care about that at all? Forget the building for a second. Where did the money come from? Who is the Liberian that wouldn't care about that at all? We come to the building, but where did the money come from? That first question, who doesn't have a concern for? We look in the national budget, it's not there. We look in SOE's budget line, it's not there. This is the bottom line for that. If the government can get up to 10 million to build a mansion without that trace of the money being seen by the naked Liberian eyes, tell me how many more things they cannot do without anyone knowing. Do you know, let me count the amount of eyes on the show. Kev got 2 eyes, Dr. Gray got 2 eyes, that 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, that 14 human being eyes right here. All of the 14 eyes put together cannot even see the trace of the money. Tell me, what else do you think this government cannot do without no one knowing? And shouldn't you care at all? President Boakai said he did not know at the onset because he would have refused. Anyone care to ask the president why would he have refused such a good thing? Why? If the president knew from the initial stage, why was the business he could have refused such a good thing? Why? He did not want anybody to build anything there. Why? Hey, my people, these are just a bucket in the pile for you to see the corruption. Somebody say they should build all over the country because it's a good thing. You know who they call Safwa Gray? Safwa Gray was building the first of its kind Noka headquarters at ADCC Kohon. Those same him didn't say, oh, you know what? Let them build that big building all around the country. But ADCC Kohon, you know what ADCC Kohon for to ask a question on the building, but today the building in Lofa, oh, let it be built all around the country. And people, amen. You know, for us, we cannot go in the heads of the people. We will only be on the show. We will consistently say these things, and we believe our people will hear. In the national budget, there is no budget line for that building. All of the SOEs, no budget line. What else can this government not do that nobody will know? President Boakai said it was built on a Mano River Union. Everybody.
Thank you so for the ball. We gotta go. Thank you so for the ball. I said,
check to Stanton. I don't think it's a good thing for anyone, any logical reasoning human being to sit on any platform and don't even care to ask the single most important question: where did the money come from? What channel did it pass to get to the people? Who gave the money?
Thank you.
That person should be ashamed and embarrassed of themselves.
I said, oh, thank you. Let me say this quickly. Nelson, let's excuse you. You should have done this since 11:30 your time, because we have to excuse you guys 11:30 p.m. for you to be able to go home. But again, you know the routine. Just turn the radio off. For those of you on the radio, we say thank you for joining us. Come back again tomorrow. You'll be part of the show. We'll finish the program on social media. And I want to say thank you very much, Nelson. You can log out and have a good night, okay? I know tomorrow, bring us up to date. Tomorrow is a really on
extended person.
Tomorrow is a really on Prophet Key, right, Nelson?
Yeah.
All right.
The ruling is tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the Temple of Justice. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But thank you very much, man. Make us follow you tomorrow, and we appreciate your coverage. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. The T, let's hear you. I don't know if you say our first, or maybe
You were okay. Thank you, Stan. And I hope that Councilor Good is listening. Councilor Good, even if you listen to the show later, I just want to say, do not give up on Liberia. The problem of corruption that we have suffered from for so long.
That Jacob Jala
Oh
says,
my God. Man, you keep allowing this, man. Like what? This is getting uncomfortable. At some point, you have to draw a line. No, just give me a moment. Let Kev Hassan, let me speak, please. So
I'll help you, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but let me move on. I got only 30 seconds. The problem of corruption that has plagued this nation for so long affects every one of us. And those of us who support the Unity Party supporters that are out there monitoring this show tonight. Here's my position on the issue of the contracts that this gentleman from Mosan Group has continued to receive. You can either continue to be sycophantic, you can either continue to be hypocritical, you can either continue to ignore the facts out of concerns that, oh, when I speak this, I will lose job or I will not get future job. Stan, if you remember on the day that I came on this show, my first and second night, you guys asked me some tough questions and I answered them. When it comes to the need to be patriotic, when it comes to the need to choose between partisanship support and speaking Liberia's defense on critical and crucial issues, I will always choose speaking truth at all times. What is going on here? We have discussed this issue before. And I want to believe President Bouaka that he may not know about it. But there are people in this government that are doing disservice in a way that if we don't speak about it, it will undermine this government's position in 2029. And for me, as a supporter of this government, I would dig the ground. I will go everywhere to find reason to support them. But when I have to choose between supporting the government and speaking in Liberia's best interest, 100% of the time, I would choose to speak in Liberia's best interest. This is wrong. And Dr. George, I'm glad that you're listening. You say, T has submitted a bid. No, I've not submitted any bid, but I follow what is going on. It is not right. This man is not the most qualified, perhaps, or the only qualified engineer or engineering company owner in this country. It does not look right. And for anybody who thinks that they care about this government, nobody wants Jeremiah Kmagun to be president more than Toboti Wanake Fangalo. I promise you that. And for me, the way to support his chances in 2029 is to find the individuals that are performing and functioning in a way that takes away from this government's chances in 2029, call them out. And for Liberia's sake, speak truth to power when there's a need. And to be honest with you, I really don't think that all of these things or some of these things, Bouaka know about it. I don't think so. It is possible. But there are individuals maybe who work at the executive mansion or in several agencies of government who are supporting these things. And they think about doing this, they are supporting the Unity Party government. And this is wrong. This is not how you support the government that you love. It is unfortunate. There has to be an audit. There has to be some tough questions asked. Unity Party supporters, we got to be different from the CDC supporters. We got to be different from Kev Hassan and people who just come and speak about that all the time. They're never wrong. We got to set the precedent. Stand. That's all I got to say on this topic.
So we're going to close the show. That's it. Let's give ourselves 1 minute each. We have heard enough. Sorry, we couldn't get to Prophet Key. I really want us to get the Chief Justice Bese ruling tomorrow, then we can talk about Prophet Key. So let's close the show. Kev, let's start with you. Guys, if you close, please be respectful and just remain to hear your fellow panelists close. Don't leave, please. Everybody get 1 minute and make it quick. Then maybe we can leave in peace and in harmony. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Kev.
You know, Stanton, all the time I've been on Spoon, I didn't know that you own Spoon a network. I didn't know that. All the time.
You didn't know what?
Yeah, you own Spoon Network.
No, I'm not the owner.
Yeah. I know you two don't even know that you no. It's the same thing that President Buckeye don't know that. Jacob, the president don't know what happened in hometown. Hey, man.
What's that not only Spoon FM got to do with this, man?
So no, because you know what? The amnesia kicking. Nobody they can't remember that the 4-year project. But later on, the paper came on the sonar and said, "Oh, that Liberia." But the bottom line is what I flag and Isaac do is flagging it. Where the money came from? What budget line? So we have we're running a country that's your nephew, family member, is the governor of the central bank. You can walk in there, that's the money and say, you build this, you build this, you build this. You know, this president is like Oprah. You get a car, you get a car, you get a car, they just shine, dude. This is breaking news tonight. See, another project again. Another project again. But it's not in the budget, though. It's not in the budget. But they want us to believe that he's fighting corruption. No, he's not. Joseph Imam Boka is a very, very smart man. He's very intelligent in his ways. And I repeat, he's very intelligent in his ways. He knows exactly. He went in the CPP. He conned folks in the CPP. He conned them in the CPP. Everything he do, he conned his way out. Even when he dealing with individuals, he conned his way out. And he conned his way to the presidency. And while he is the president, he conning his way. He come and tells you that even if they tell me, I will say no. I say, ask a question, my dear, you say no to good thing? You say all the president will come there, so they will be swimming. Oh, it's where all the president with the leave power they will stay. Our people out on the street, nowhere for them to sleep. They say the law is the law. Granted, take them from that land.
Gotta go 1 minute, Captain. You gotta go.
You can find $10 million to build place. You say other person will come, but your citizen.
Thank you, Captain. Let's just go in on quickly. Captain, thank you. That 1 minute we're talking about. Colonel Gray, let me bring you in, Colonel Gray. Let's talk in 1 minute, sir.
All right, Stanton. You know, the walkthrough of that project in Foyer, unfortunately, the constructor or whoever they were not lucky for them to take us to anything called a pool. So now that it wasn't there, I don't know, but unfortunately they didn't reach to that area. They showed the entire building, they walk us in, all the facility in entirety. I didn't see a pool there. So maybe I'll buy to that extent when somebody say this could be AI. I don't know.
You said they walk you through the project?
Oh yeah, they walk us through.
You were in Liberia?
No, the workers too. I mean, the entire president
But
visited
that's the finished product of the project.
No, this was the finished product they were showing us.
You tell me
there was no the project is completed in 4 years. I can find that video and put it. The workers everywhere. In fact, the perimeter, where the parking lot, and all. Unfortunately, I didn't see a pool there. But maybe a pool appear now suddenly. But I'm not doubting your imagery, my brother. I'm just saying.
It's okay. I mean, it's not for me.
But that's not even the issue. The issue, as long as they've let the cat out of the bag that this is a Liberian national project, I'm okay. They didn't say 47 condominium, the president breaking down mansion on 9th Street, rebuilding it, going to rebuilding a hell of a mansion called Jamaica. Those are private property. They said this is public. That's why I would love to see more, because you know what? We are one of the oldest nations within the region. We need to have more of those amenities so that we continue to play the role we used to play before all of our civil war. And you know, if we can find ways to put some of those kind of monument that will attract our sub-regional, our brothers and sisters to come have meeting with us, to come and spend the weekend with us when we're having a retreat for the region. I would love to see that, because that's our role. That's why we played. That's why the OE infrastructure will put down there. Those things, they're a kick now. They're laying down in ruins. Right now, we don't have any national project. That's one of the only thing we have people that serve government, the late government. Everybody get mansion signal. Even some of the people here, they get an unfinished project all over the country. But the fact about the matter, we have at least that retreat, whether it's in the middle of Bunkanima, nowhere, people will go there. That's why it's a national, it's a presidential project. But what I would say is, people want to serve in government, especially in our capacity. Please let people develop this attitude that they should separate what belongs to the government or the people from their personal wealth. So if you want to serve as advisor on infrastructure, it would have been extremely important for you to divert your personal wealth, your personal business, your endeavors with that of government. So as a result, people put those things, like I say, in blind trust, or you just don't hold government position. If you get contract like anybody, that's it. You are Liberian. But to have the position at the same time, all the contract coming to you, people have the right to question.
That's what it means. More than 1 minute, man. What
Yes. It's 12:30 or getting time.
Dr. Josh, welcome to you, our brother.
If you're not, and Jacob is the one that talks forever. He and all.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Josh, I'm trying to make sure I put spoon on it for you guys to have it. Let me put this up. That's Monserrato, the Contra Motion Group. Okay, it's right there. That's Monserrato. You see, Motion Group, the same guy, right? Let everybody see it. We're gonna put it up. We got all the contract. You see Monserrato? I underline it. That's Lofa. You see the Lofa contract, Dr. Josh? I underline it, right? That's the FOIA project. And at 3, wait, listen. This guy, let somebody tell us what something is not happening, right? All right. Look at this one we're talking about. You read that. You see the contract between Dr. Jaso Jala and the Motion Group again in Magibi, right? Take a look at this one. Contract again. PSRP. It's right there. Take a look at this one. Another contract. For what? Grand Bassa. It's right there. Let's look at this one. LRA contract. You want us to put all of the contract this man been raking in on of the group? Advisor to the president? Is it what more you want me to do, my fellow Liberian? Can we just be fair?
No, you should join the line train.
That's what we just come and speak truth to power for God's sake.
Yeah, for God's sake,
I'm not saying anything
I am not saying anything that people not saying maybe what? These are documents.
Does Stain continue to freeze?
I will go away again. My man, start asking me if I freeze, man. Leave me alone. Go face your internet.
Yeah, you're disturbing us. You're disturbing us, team.
You're disturbing us, man. Go face your internet.
Finish. Goodbye, team. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. No. Tina, my man. Tina, my man. I guess we're in the back. Tina, my man. I guess we're in the back.
You all right.
But let's go over again because I'm coming to you, Emmanuel George. Contract number 1, Mustorado, Emmanuel. Contract, the feeding contract. Let us start with the feeding contract, right? Lofa County, Emmanuel. Let's go ahead again. Let's make this so interesting, right? Look at the other contract here. McGibby, right? Look at this one. The same something, another contract again. Look at this one right here again. Grand Basin, right? I'll pull all of that up. Look at the LRA. Then you come to the big one. For the one that we have discussed a while, I'm putting on the FOIA project. I'm going to keep all the juicy one. We're coming down here, right on the left, but Slave-Way on the left or right? Yeah, on the right. The whole folder, big folder with all the contract inside. Emmanuel, this is not a joke. The people are killing us. They are destroying our country. Let me play the video, Emmanuel. See the reason why they gave it to him. Because they have initiated a man to the Grandmaster pool. Let's take a watch.
I, Joseph Yuma Boaka Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Grand Master of the Orders of Distinction of the Republic of Liberia, do hereby admit you, George E. Mulva, into the Immune Order of African Redemption and confer upon you the grade of Knight Commander. Wear this insignia with pride and dignity to the glory of God. Accept my congratulations.
You're telling us this is just game. Joseph Boakai, know the man. Joseph Boakai, know for it. Papa said, I know for it. Go ahead, Emmanuel George. Our country is finished.
That movie, Godfather. That one play Godfather.
This is a terrible thing to explain. Yo, wait, let me put it all on new project and you'll see for yourself. Let me put it all, you'll see. Emmanuel, go ahead.
Standard, let me first of all thank our audience online for keeping
up before after Remy Great Tour. You really do bad to Remy Great.
keeping with us at this time of the evening, whether you're in Liberia or you in the diaspora. During the last election cycles, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings was interviewed by a Rise Network, and he had a conversation about how we can develop the economy of Liberia. And as he lays down his plan of developing the economy and growing the economy of Liberia, one of the things he said was that we have to stop corruption so that we can glean the money that corrupt people are spending and place it back to develop the Liberia economy. This is what we are seeing. Look, in as much as many of you in the United Party are arguing that Mr. Mulva is a good businessman, he's a good engineer, that may be true. But it's also true of T. Wanaka Fangalo, who is an official of the Liberian Engineering Society. It's also true of Peter Sese or Moses Paul. They are also good Liberian business people who are great contractor and they can do better construction also. Why is it that a nephew of the president, alleged nephew of the president, is the only person that appears to be winning every contract at the Ministry of Education, where it is alleged that the Minister of Education is a relative of the president? if this is not alarming you as Liberians, then we have a long way to go as a people and as a nation. There's a clear evidence that Joseph Yimam Boyka, the president of the Republic of Liberia, is corrupt. Not only that, we are giving him the highest honor of the land. Perhaps he deserves it, perhaps not. But at this point in time, we are giving him the highest honor of the land, being conferred on him by his uncle. We have to be serious as a nation, as a people. Another point that Mr. Cummings raised in our conversation is that we had to focus on developing the private sector. And that's the reason why this is painful. Because T. Wanaka and his company could have won one of these contracts. And that would have allowed him to employ other Liberians and develop the private sector. It will have put some funds in other members of the Engineering Society of Liberia. But it appears that under this Unity Party government, all contracts have to go to the alleged nephew of the president. This is wrong. This must stop. There are many, many qualified Liberian engineers. They too should eat from the pie called Liberia.
We gotta leave it there. We gotta go.
The government covers.
Emmanuel, let's leave it there. You guys continue to talk like this. T1 will not close tonight. I can guarantee you. If
Thank you very much. Well, just let me know every time it's time for closing. I just leave you and go eat something else.
Jacob, let's hear you, Jacob.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it's been a very long day from this side. My day is always very long. Yeah, it was very, very hot here today, so a little bit dehydrated, but yeah, it's going to be fine. But I think like we'll cover some of the issues here. At the end of the day, I think two major issues were on the CMC on one part of it, but of course the ongoing case involving the ruling of the Supreme Court. I think I'm sure tomorrow we'll have some more time to go into it because yeah, we have to go to this other issue, and then probably we can share additional perspective on the matter. But yeah, just on this whole. Hello, can you hear me?
You are good, Jacob. You are good, Jacob. Jacob, you are good. We can hear you, Jacob. We are hearing you. Isaac, can you go ahead, Isaac?
So, Stanton, you were putting up.
Jacob, can you talk?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you, sir.
No, I mean, I was going to say that this whole situation of Mr. Molba, the FOIA project. I mean, let's be honest, the whole FOIA project situation has been a huge, huge embarrassment for the government, a huge mess on a PR level. I mean, as I speak right now, I don't even know what the truth of the matter is concerning the FOIA project, because we've been issued more than 3 to 4 different narratives around the ownership and the financing of that project. The first thing that came out, the Ministry of Information said it was the MRU project. The MRU wrote and clarified to the media in this country, especially the news agencies that contacted, I know they do have no project ongoing in Liberia. Later on, another information whether it was a security installation. Then later on again, where it's not a security installation. Then the president came and said it's an MRU project. He reintroduced the MRU to the whole affair. Who is going to fund the project? We don't know. There is no allotment or allocation in the national budget to finance such a project. Where is the funding coming from? So even on the transparency and openness level, I think the president has very much let the country down. And I think it's a huge disappointment because many Liberians never thought that would be something that Mr. Bouaka, President Bouaka, will falter on in terms of transparency and openness. And I listened to Conor Gray try to defend the project. If you were to ask Conor Gray now, where is the source of the funding to finance the project? I don't think he has an answer, has any answer for us. So even if there are no corruption in there, but there's a lack of transparency already, and wherever there is lack of transparency, the betrayal of the public trust smells in such a manner. So you say $10 million, the government says $6 million. Well, the government has refused to let us know clearly where is the source of the funding for such a project. So you see, like I recorded the asset recovery people, going after Claho Foundation and all these public assets. But who is going to ask question now about the FOIA project? Because there has to be some kind of inquiry to investigate what's going on down there, So that's the reason why the whole fight against corruption, in fact, right now in the government, everyone sees it that it has come up to the public as just politically motivated or just an attempt, to get our political opponents in the previous government or try to silence them politically, because people probably think that they offer genuine political threat to their longevity in power beyond 2029. So it just defeats the whole purpose of the fight against corruption in the government. It's a massive disappointment in all respects because there's lack of transparency in all these situations. So it is sad. It is sad. It looks like, the Liberian people now again will have to go again, listen to a new agenda again for the country in 2029. And that's why we're trying our very difficult best in the CMC to try to offer something new again for 2029. I will really once and for all try to answer these questions. But again, thank you, Stanton. Tomorrow we'll be here again, hopefully to share more perspective again on the Samuel Tway case, and then in other matters concerning Prophet Key. I think at that time we'll have more time.
Real quick before you go though, quickly before I ask you comment, do you think they're going to jail Prophet Key tomorrow? They will give him some time. Check out. What do you think?
I feel like the probably will let him go tomorrow because I understand that there are back channel.
Jeff, real quick, thank you very much. Don't explain. We don't have discussion. Don't explain real quick. Emmanuel, do you think Prophet Key will nail him tomorrow, or you'll be set free? Real quick, Emmanuel.
He will be set free.
Okay, where were you, Conor Gray?
Well, I don't know. I just said I was afraid the last time, so I think I stick to that. Or maybe there's some things going in the back. I don't know. But otherwise, by law, it should be planted.
Okay, thank you. Kev, what about you, Kev? You think they're going to nail him tomorrow, Kev? Isaac, what do you think? They come to Isaac. Kev is look at you on the phone. Gibson, you think they're going to nail Prophet Key tomorrow before Isaac and one guy jump in?
No, I think what I saw today with Prophet Key speaking, I think they will let him go.
Okay. Isaac, take it away now. Then we'll go to our brother Wanaka. You can answer that question to Isaac while you close, please.
They're both joking. They won't put Prophet Key in jail. And at UP, they already finished talking that thing. That's possible. But Stanton, you were just flipping pitches here. 1 contract, 2 contract, 3 contract, 4 contract. That real contract you are putting there, so if for one person or the 200 group of people. No, I just saw you flipping. It's like when you're reading book, you're just flipping the pages. You just flip it, you just flip it.
It's a crazy guy.
So you are just flipping, you just flipping. And this was the same guy President Bouaka was.
And then flipping again. And then flipping again.
So no, you ought to make book out of this contract. I think the book will get 200 pages. So it is the better. Okay, so let's do it like this. The known Liberians, they are about 5.5 million. There are other Liberians that are not known who were encountered during a census outside the country. So you can estimate that we get about 7 million Liberians. So of the 7 million Liberians, that one guy get a picture you're flipping, so you know one human being? Ever. Do you need to be a scientist to see corruption? Who here wants to be scientist? So I can call Elon Musk to help you be scientist to see corruption.
T.
It means if you out there, don't go for no contract in the government. The contract, all the contracts are already given. We are writing book for contract. The book we need to get 500 pages. Contract 1, contract 2, contract 3, contract 4. And these are the people, you know, they can shame. United Party, one good thing, but United Party don't have no shame.
Who are BMC there?
United Party ain't got no shame. They can be talking about corruption too. Yeah, United Party talking about corruption. You will ask yourself, but who are these people? Who are these imams?
That's how good they are. That's how good
they are. Good.
United Party is good. The people mind.
They are not. Listen, we must give flower to where it is. United Party is good. The people can be talking about corruption. When you see their lip, they can be going up and down corruption. They using corruption. No shame. What kind of people are these? Man. The people manage to
and the
country.
And some videos, Stanton, please, I beg.
You know, the people manage to make the whole country to see things differently. They make up all of the contracts in Liberia. Such a thing is not fair to the nation. No one should tell me T that is on the show, forget about his support to Unity Party. Forget about it. No one should tell me that T is not qualified to get even half of those contracts, half of it. No one should.
Don't put my knee in your politics. Don't put my knee in your politics.
No, let's be fair. No, I understand we can go, but this is not about.
That's like they said BMC had to go through that to get contract.
But as it close, we gotta go, my man. I bet you right.
Anybody say anything?
Yeah,
no
as it finished.
Tell me that T, after going through intensive educational training as an engineer,
the man is not engineer. He's a fake engineer.
Of this contract.
The man is a fake engineer. The
truth of the matter is, I told you to come to step a spoon. Jackie not do it. Can not do it?
All of these contracts have been gotten from what they call single sourcing. They are contracts we can only hear about. I only remember that day when we got to know about the FOIA project. We were on the phone back to back. We couldn't believe it. When we got the first information, we thought it was lie. Stanton had to send some money. We paid someone where to go.
I think you answer no money. Don't be a situation.
So we paid someone where to go. First, Emmanuel, like the judge, you know how the person got the first video we posted out? The person had to claim on top of a chalk. I'm telling you, the person had to claim on top of a chalk from a distance to videotape the first video we had. At that time, no one knew about the project. We took it, we sent it to OKFM, we sent it to Front Page Africa. Everybody started investigating. The project is for Obasanjo from Nigeria. Later, it moved from Obasanjo. It went to Guinea president. Then it moved from there. It went on AU. It moved from AU. It came on ECOWAS. It moved from ECOWAS. No hey, no day. At the end of the day, who's building it? The 10 million stuff. President Baka Kosin. President Baka Kosin, my people.
President Baka's nephew.
Nephew. Whatever it is, yeah. What else do you need to see? What else do you need? This is not the way Liberian expected. And then the people went for the sonar and reading paper. My government is fighting corruption and transparency. The people on the stage reading corruption and transparency. I asked the last time when Baka was in Lofa Defense Force, was he not a Yahoo boy?
Thank you very much, Asa. We gotta go. Gibson, let's bring it on. Asa, thank you. Gibson, Asa, thank you. Let's go to T. Gibson, you close already. T.
I say when you do your thing, don't compare yourself with Kev Hassan. Kev Hassan gets special privilege.
Thank you, sir. I think the show was great.
It's not on her contracts. It's not on her contract. Kev Hassan will take all.
The show was great. Everybody spoke well.
I think they said me.
No, he said you already
You
spoke.
already close, Gibson. You close
So he
already.
came to me. Yeah. You want to close 2 times,
Yeah,
Gibson?
close it.
No, you did
No,
already.
no, I close
You
it.
did.
I close it.
He told you when you
I close
close.
it.
All right,
Okay,
get
go ahead.
after T. We'll get T 30 seconds, then you come in. T, go ahead.
It's a dangerous
Okay,
game
so,
for me to wait for team.
no, you already know what state no one do. So
It's a
let me
dangerous game
say
for me to
this
wait for
quickly.
team.
You know when
Stop
CDC,
administration.
no, he did it to me 3 times at a time. So hold on. Thank you, Stan. You know,
You were close.
on a more serious note, when CDC was in power in this country, one of the quotes that I referenced a lot when I was writing about them, whether in front page or any news article, was this quote from James Baldwin, is that ignorance allied with power is the most ferocious enemy that justice can have. When I used to see Samator and the rest of the guy, you like me, not like who dance, all that kind of stuff, when people were complaining, when people were hungry, I look at them and said, these guys, they remind me of this quote. To all of the Unity Party partisans out there,
Stanton.
I'm a center, my man. You can see clearly that. Hey,
my time to speak. It's my time to speak.
Wanaka, we can hear you.
Well, T, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, T.
T, we can't hear you. Go off and come back.
I mean, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Nobody
we can
hear
hear
you.
We can hear you.
Go off completely and come back.
I don't know what kind of susu you extend on him.
Stand in the back there watching the menstrual meal. You keep talking.
And the worst thing is,
nobody hearing you.
You make me hear us too.
Go out completely. Go out completely. Log out completely and come back.
Log out completely and come back tomorrow.
We can't hear you.
Oh, it's Stanton he want to end the show. Let's go back. That's the way Stanton can end the show. The radio off long time.
Okay, look, for me, I'm not going to stay too long here. I really wanted to make sure, saying we can't hear T, let T keep talking, but we can't hear him. Let me make my comment, because when Stanton come back, I can be affected too very seriously. Nobody is safe. That boy is bad. So let me say T is struggling. Let me make my comment.
Who is T talking? Is T a spirit?
You can't hear. Oh, can't hear. The man are bobo.
T on Zoom.
See what happened with the man? Why he left?
He on Zoom.
But what happened with T?
That data problem.
Oh, okay. I hope you can come back.
T took 5 hours talking.
Hey, man. Do we have internet problem in Liberia? Seriously? T needs Starlink. Isn't that how you call it? I think he does. He needs Starlink.
Your friend Jeremiah needs to get Starlink.
Yeah, but yeah, you gave it. He does. He needs Starlink.
To be honest, Stanton, this issue of the Muslims company will continue over and over and over. And I think Dr. George, Isaac, and others spoke very well on it. I just want to end my comment back on the Samuel Twerk case. I have to wonder how our lawyers will come on the show and just have somebody in their head and make faulty analysis about the matter. So there are a few indicators I want to stay here, Stanton. The case with Samuel Twerk, like I said, is completely different. And the Supreme Court actually is going to weigh on that later on, not now. Samuel Twerk, Samokai, the issue with Samokai was taking individual money and claiming to spend it on government programs. He said you took the AFL people money and spent it on the people that were dying from Mali, all of that. So I think it was a fight pattern that had to do with private to public. Instead, I mean, or otherwise, Samuel Twer's situation was completely different. Samuel Twer's situation was using the public money for public or national security on national security grounds. That is completely different. Now, number two, I want to state here is that we should also understand that the Supreme Court did not go into the factual merits of the case. They made a decision on the issue of law. It's not on the factual basis. That is, the Supreme Court did not consider any factual issue considering, in the case. They didn't go into the merit of the case. The case is going back downstairs. It's where the merits of the case and the facts of the case will be debated. You also have to realize, Stanton, that the prosecution have not even been able to present clear evidence against Samuel Twer and others. They are the one asking Samuel Twer and others to produce evidence against themselves. They are asking them to bring issue of evidence against themselves, and that is not attainable. The defendant cannot perjure himself. The defendant cannot put himself in trouble. The defendant cannot produce evidence against himself. It is the responsibility of the state, the prosecutor, to produce evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to convince the juror, to convince the court that indeed the case they have brought is a valid case, and so the defendant should be held liable. Also, I want to state here very carefully, there are a few questions we need to ask ourselves. Is it possible that President Weah can give a verbal instruction or written instruction to the minister who is part of the National Security Council apparatus? Yes, that is an affirmative yes. The president's verbal instruction is legal. The president's verbal instruction is attainable. The president's verbal instruction is acceptable, can be acceptable, okay, because it is coming from the president as an authority. Also, the money that was spent, what was it spent? Was it spent on Samuel Twer farm or Samuel Twer family, or was it spent on Samuel Twer personal vehicle? The answer is no. Was it spent on national security matters? The answer would then be yes. So if the money was public money, and it was
spent at all? Can you add that last question there? Was it spent at all?
Yes, it is the prosecution. It is the prosecution that continue to argue that the money was not spent on public good. And Samuel Twer says no, you are wrong.
And let's test the court.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Supreme Court did not decide on the merit. So we still have Samuel Twer.
That's why we went back to the lower court to go into the argument and test the court. So
exactly. So to end up here, once they go to the lower courts, it now becomes the prosecution's responsibility to show that Samuel Twer did not spend the money. It is not Samuel Twer who will show that he spent the money. The burden of proof is not on Samuel Twer to show that he spent the money. The burden of proof is now on Samuel Twer to show that he used the money wisely or correctly. It is the prosecution that has the burden of proof to show that Samuel Twer misused the money, did not spend the money for the purpose, or still has the money, or the National Security Agency did not receive the money. That is the point I'm trying to make here.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. A fair argument, and that's why we'll watch this case to see, one, whether the money was transferred for national security reason. Two, whether it was illegal to transfer and he had authorization from President George Manuel Weah. Three, whether the money was spent with its intended purpose, given that it's a national security money, and they'll follow the trace. Because what we have, Gibson, and if you want us to go through it tomorrow, we will. The document we have, when Janga Cole, Samura Wodokoli, how you call it, got standing for, when they want to get to testify, written document, a lot of contradiction. They even spoke to our Papa Blamo, we said, a lot of contradiction. And tomorrow we'll find time to put this document up. So I wish Samuel Twer good luck, and I know that he's waiting, he's ambitious, he's very, very forceful, and he wants to challenge the court, and we'll see how it goes. Seriously, this will be a great one. But my brother, they said that you have some technical problem. Talk now. Let's see if we can hear you, please.
Stan, whatever pleasure you find in this, I'll go ahead and close.
I don't
Okay,
do
let me
I don't let when you do this.
before you mute me again.
Now.
Okay. That's okay. The issue I have.
Let end the show, man. We can't be waiting for them.
I don't want me to better freestyle. I'm not going to agree.
I hereby propose that we end the show. Send them.
So Stan, you went in the bike, and when Gibson realized that that's what you were planning to do to his social bike to me, you had a plan. I already knew you wanted to freeze Gibson. Now you freeze me bike. But here's the issue. For me, in closing, the show was great. I think the discussion that we held tonight was fine. We touched on so many issues. And when it comes to the issue of this Joe Mobile thing, I commented on this substantially earlier. I think it's not okay. If you look at Article 6 and 7 of the Liberian Constitution, when it comes to the possibility of job, when it comes to the possibility of people's livelihoods, the government is supposed to act in fairness. And I hope that what is going on, President Walker does not know about it, because this does not reflect well on the image of the government. There may be one or two persons in government that are acting for their own personal benefit. To try to enrich one person at the expense of so many people is not okay. And when you do something like that, it lays a bad foundation for you in the years ahead. 2029 is almost around the corner. You cannot do something that is indefensible. I heard my brother Phoebe trying to defend. I would not defend something like that. It is not okay. The number of contracts that stand demonstrated here tonight, to show that one person is earning those number of contracts when so many persons are struggling all across the length and breadth of this country, that is not okay. And I still support this government. I want them to do better, but I have to be factual and to speak pertaining to what is in the best interest of the Liberian people. Thank you, Stan. I think the show was great. Thanks to everybody. Kev Hassan, learn to interrupt people a little less than you've done in past time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you. Have a great evening. May God bless you. May God keep you till we meet again. My brother, Dr. Josh, thank you. Asido, Conor Great, thank you. Gibson Jerry, Kev Hassan, T. Wanaka. You have a wonderful evening. To all of you out there, I'd like to say that we appreciate your time on Spoon. We say thank you for joining us every day. Let's come back again tomorrow. Listen, please make sure your doors, your windows, you are safe, you are blessed. We will continue to fight. Liberia will be better. In our lifetime, don't give up. Our country, Liberia, will enjoy the fruit of the land before we depart this earth. Don't give up. Never lose hope. Keep on keeping on. Continue to fight. Continue to be objective. Continue to understand that there's better days, better years ahead. The day you give up, Liberia give up. Whether you're in position, no position, opposition, don't give up on your country. May God bless Liberia. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless us all, wherever we are. Have a wonderful evening. Be safe. Good night.